Is any of the commissioners online, Joe?
No.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got 5, and so let's go ahead and get started with our meeting. Is it already recording? Okay. So welcome everybody to the February 7th, 2023 City Planning Commission meeting. The commissioners look forward to hearing your case today, as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention that they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and the city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is hybrid, we have time limits for the cases that we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations and 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions from the commissioners. When we move to public comment, I will call on those who are in the council chambers first, followed by those who are joining us virtually. We do have a timer to keep our meeting on track and expect public comments to be no longer than 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or larger group. And that includes probably, I think we have a couple here that are speaking on behalf of a few of the development community. So in all instances, please limit repetitive comments. Something to note under item 4 on the other matters on your docket is concerning the lunch break. We will have, if we believe our meeting will extend beyond 1 o'clock, I will announce by 11 our intention whether we will take a lunch break. When we do, it'll be a minimum of 30 minutes and it will conclude after we get done hearing a case that's within the 12 o'clock hour. Also want to continue reminding everyone about the comprehensive plan, KC Spirit Playbook. We heard quite a bit of detail about the plan at our last meeting, but the plan is in the final stages. So please take a look utilizing the website playbook.kcmo.gov. So with that, as we get started, I ask staff to provide some ground rules and instructions as we conduct our meeting to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Joe, can you go over those rules, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are participating today by Zoom, you are either a panelist or an attendee. And right now the panelists consist only of staff and the commissioners who are attending virtually. And right now there are no commissioners on virtually. If you're an attendee, you're an applicant or a citizen who wishes to speak on a case. Whenever the case is called, if you're the applicant, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature in Zoom. Whenever we go into a staff presentation on a case, if you're a citizen who wishes to speak during public testimony, you can raise your hand at that point using the same feature in Zoom. Once you've raised your hand, we will ask you to accept a promotion to a panelist position. You do have to accept that request. And then once you do, you'll be moved over to a panelist position. You'll be able to share your audio and video at that time. Once you're a panelist, please stay muted until it is your turn to speak. We will call your name if you're a citizen wishing to speak, and you'll be able to at that point. We will take testimony from applicants and citizens who are in the chamber first, followed by those on Zoom. Lastly, Mr. Chair, the last thing to remind everyone of in Zoom is that the chat feature is meant for technical questions or agenda item placement on the agenda questions, and is not to be used for providing testimony on the merits of any project. And that concludes my advice, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, let's go ahead and start today's meeting, beginning with the consent agenda items. Looks like we have one that looks to be continued again.
Yeah, that's right. Case number CPC, docket item C2, case number CPC 2022-00138. It's the Kansas City Current Stadium located at Berkeley Parkway and Lydia Avenue. And the applicant is requesting continuance to April 4th, and staff recommends without fee.
April 4th. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket item C2? Okay. So at this time, we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket item C2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and you'll be called upon.
Hello, my name is Jared Hagedorn. I'm with Generator Studio. We're the architect of the project, and I just wanted to give just a brief update on where we are and the reason for our continuance. We've been closely working with with city planning and staff, and at this time, we've engaged a third-party consultant to assist with the transportation and study and the mobility plan due to additional questions and additional requests for information. These studies are still in progress. And so at this point, due to everything not being finalized, we are requesting the April 4th continuance. Once that study has been finalized and reviewed by stakeholders and KCMO staff, we will hopefully come back and have more information.
Okay, is April 4th enough time?
Yes, I believe so. I don't have the finalized date at this point from the third-party consultant, or the third-party engineer, but we believe that is enough time.
Okay, any questions from the commission?
When are you finished construction?
Finishing construction on the entire project or finishing, we at this point are finalizing early 2024.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Anybody else, Joe?
There's no one on Zoom with a raised hand, and there's no one in the chamber, it appears. So I think that's it.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion for continuance of docket item C2, please.
I move that docket item C2 is continued to April 4th.
Without a fee?
Without a fee.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second for continuance of docket item C2 to April 4. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Mhm. Commissioner Allender.
Aye.
Baker.
Aye.
Beasley.
Aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Rojas
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes 7-0 for continuance of docket item C2. Okay, let's go to the other consent agenda items, please, Joe.
All right, the first one is C1, case number final plat 2022-00045. Request to approve a final plat in District R5 on 40 acres located at the southeast corner of Northwest Berry Road, North Childress Road, creating 138 residential lots for Weatherby Meadows. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. And docket item C3, case number CPC 2022-00223. A request to approve a project plan from McDonald's at Green Hills Plaza located at the southeast corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Green Hills Road. And staff is recommending approval of with conditions of this one as well.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item C1 or C3?
Yeah,
Because I have a couple.
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
C1. I just want to confirm, I think we asked the question when it came through, but it's a detention basin. And I just want to understand whether there's any green infrastructure or how that is constructed or anticipated type of detention basin we've got.
Okay,
Let's see if the applicant can answer that question.
mind pulling your microphone closer to you?
Okay.
I know you guys get to share
We get to
today.
share today.
Yeah, make sure you speak nice and clearly.
I will.
Okay. Is the applicant available for docket item C1?
Yes. Hi, I'm Jessica Spalding. I'm the representative for Weatherby Meadows. We've actually just engaged another landscape architect who's going to help us address that issue directly.
Okay, so what's the are you anticipating something of a BMP green infrastructure detention basin?
Yes, we are. And we're looking at that along with the walking trail around it. So we're trying to integrate kind of an architectural landscaping design with that. That's something that we're actually working closely with the Parks Department as well. That's one of the conditions before we will go before City Council.
So we've got a condition in there then, guessing. I didn't see it, that's all.
Are you asking if there is a
Is there
condition?
to-
I can double check I don't see the planner on, I'm sorry. I don't know off the top of my head if there is a condition or not, but it would be unusual on a final plat for us to condition anything like that. If you wanted to add, for staff to recommend a condition like that, if you wanted to add one,
I just
You
want to
could.
make sure that the green infrastructure is being looked at. We've got a new landscaper on, but certainly the plans don't reflect that at this point in time.
No, they do not at this time. That's something that we are anticipating to have all of that detail pulled together before we go in front of city council.
So fine to approve it as long as we're looking at it. That's all.
Okay. Okay, do you have any other questions?
No, that's all I've got for C1.
Okay, same case, C1. So condition number 21, looks like there's a couple of blanks there. Do we need to fill those in? As far as additional right of way and provide easements for blank as required by the major street plan? And how many feet? Or is that something that's being worked on and it'll be figured out by the time it?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to open the staff report and I
Okay.
I'm having a hard time. I'm asking.
The second one I have while you're doing that is condition number 23 regarding, it just says water main easements. I didn't know if there's additional language that needs to be added to that.
Was the first condition?
21. That's something you guys can address before it goes to the next step.
Yeah, on number 21, conditions even necessary, yeah, we could definitely insert the street referenced in right of way dedication. So there would.
I'm assuming that's Berry Road that they're talking about, or is it Childress?
Childress,
Both of them?
probably both.
Okay,
It would, or any right of way that's required to be dedicated would be done with the plat. Would be done with the plat drawing that's before you today. So if that's the case, the condition's not even necessary, but we'll verify that before it gets to council.
okay. All right, so you're going to verify the 21 and 23. Okay.
So we need to add, just back on the green infrastructure, do we need to add anything there, Joe? Or can that be taken care of before it goes to council?
I would recommend that. I don't know that we could come up with a condition that would capture what you're looking for adequately. So I would recommend if you want a condition that you guys put it in your motion today. Just so that we make sure we're capturing what you're asking for.
My capture is I want them to look at putting green infrastructure in lieu of a detention basin, or look at the feasibility of putting green infrastructure or just a detention basin or stormwater capture.
Okay. I mean, I think they're saying they're looking at it. That's all that we could do with a condition like that. This is just ask them to consider it. Look at
Well,
it.
did I hear from the applicant they were going to do it or not?
Yeah.
I did hear that they were going to do it.
So then if you want a condition, I would not say look at or consider, I would say do it. They shall do it.
Well, they shall put in green infrastructure in lieu of a detention basin for stormwater capture.
Or combination
or a
thereof.
combination thereof.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so on C1, you guys will take a look at 21 and 23. Any other questions from the commission?
Yes, we will.
Okay, so at this time is there, we'll open it up for public testimony on approval of docket items C1 or C3. If anybody has any comments, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Kind of seeing nobody
One
coming
on
up.
Zoom with a raised hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony and I'll take a motion, please, from the commission.
We have to, do we state what our,
Yeah, you need to state as part of docket item C1, how you want to make sure conditions added.
so I move that docket C1 and C3 be approved as the docket, but C1, we look at putting green, or they are going to put green infrastructure in, or a combination of detention and green infrastructure for the detention pond, for stormwater capture. And then C21,
One,
looking at the water mains.
the C21, just filling in the blanks for the requested right of way.
Okay.
And then
Filling in-
20, yeah, and then 23, just to finish the sentence on what should state.
Whatever this chairman just stated there, that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items C1 and C3 with modifications to C1 as stated. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on the motion?
Yes. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes in 7-0 for approval of docket items C1 and C3. Thank you for bringing those before us. So with that, let's go to our regular agenda items, beginning with the cases that are looking to be continued to a future date.
The first continuance request is docket item 4, case number CPC 2023-00006. This is determining compliance with the Union Hill 353 development plan for the Phoenix Redevelopment Corporation on 52 acres bound by 30th Street on the north, Gillum Road on the east, 31st on the south, and Main on the west, for the redevelopment and rehabilitation of the neighborhood as provided by the Urban Redevelopment Corporation law of the state of Missouri, and authorizing the Director of City Planning and Development to issue a certificate of full compliance. The applicant is requesting this case be continued to February 21st, and staff recommends no fee. Next continuance is docket item number 8, case number SUP 2022-00046, a request to approve a special use permit for vehicular sales and service in District B3-2 on about a third of an acre at the northeast corner of 82nd Terrace and North Oak Traffic Way. Staff is recommending continuance to March 7th without fee. With fee, sorry, not without fee. Docket item 10 is the next one, case number CPC 2022-00222. Request to approve a major amendment to the approved MPD to allow for the construction of a 100 units on about 2.5 acres located at Warwick and East 38th Street. Applicant is requesting continuance to March 7th. Staff recommends with fee. Docket item 11, case number SUP 2022-00048, a request to approve a special use permit for gasoline and fuel sales in District B3-2 on 1 acre at East 53rd and Prospect. The applicant is requesting continuance off docket, and staff recommends with fee. Docket item 12, case number CPC 2022-00182. Request to approve a preliminary plat in District R 7.5 for 17 lots and 2 tracts on 20 acres at the northwest corner of Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway and North Ryan King Road. The applicant is requesting continuance to March 7th and staff recommends without fee. And finally, docket item 13.1 and 13.2, companion cases CPC 2022-00197. A request to approve a preliminary plat in District R 7.5 to create 3 residential lots on 15 acres at the northwest corner of Northeast 88th and North Highland. And case number CPC 2022-00198. A request to approve a rezoning from District R80 and R5 to District R 7.5 on 15 acres at the same location. And in both cases, the applicant is requesting continuance to February 21st and staff recommends without fee. I'm also learning now that number 9 needs to be continued as well. So docket item 9.1 is case number CPC 2022-00202. A request to approve a rezoning from District R6 and R-2.5 to District R-0.75 on 20 acres at 3350 North Holmes Street. What's the continuance date? The applicant is requesting continuance to March 7th and staff recommends no fee. Docket item 9.2, case number CPC 2022-00203. A request to approve an area plan amendment from residential medium density to residential high density on 20 acres at the same location. Staff recommends continuance to March 7th without fee. And docket item 9.3, case number CPC 2022-00205, a request to approve a development plan for a multi-unit development on 20 acres at the same location. And staff is recommending continuance of this case to March 7th, also without fee.
Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, perfect. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 13?
So everyone, everything except 8 and 9 are as stated on the docket.
8 and 9, correct.
Yeah.
No questions? Okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for any public testimony for the continuance of docket items 4, 8, 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, or 13, 2. Anybody wishing to speak can come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Does not appear there's anyone in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please, for continuance of those cases.
Move to continue docket items 4, 10, 11, 12, 13.1, 13.2 as stated on the docket. Move to continue docket item 8 to March 7th with fee, and docket items 9.1, 9.2, 9.3 to March 7th without a fee.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for continuance of all those cases. Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, looks like the motion passes then for continuance of all those docket items. Okay, with that, let's move back to docket item number 1.
All right, docket item 1 is case number CPC 2022-00186, amending chapter 88, the zoning and development code by enacting a new section to be known as section 88-424, tree preservation and protection, and amending section 88-810 by adding and inserting definitions applicable to the new code section and amending any other necessary sections of chapter 88. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner, and we also have Ann Jordan from the mayor's office that's here to answer any questions about that she can answer on behalf of the mayor's office.
Great. I have some updated copies I'm going to pass out while Ann is starting.
I'll just be really brief at the beginning here. First, just as I mentioned, when we were back here in November talking about this potential change, the mayor is sponsoring this ordinance to ensure that we are balancing our city's growth goals with our public health and safety goals as well, particularly in the face of the growing impacts of climate change on our city. We recognize that there are unique benefits generated by our urban forests, including improvements to air and water quality, carbon sequestration, and stormwater management. This policy would set a new baseline expectation around the preservation of our urban forests and provide new mechanisms for mitigation when urban forests are removed to support new development. This ordinance would also make sure any funds generated are used to amplify the city's existing tree planting strategy, with a priority for addressing areas of our city underserved by the current tree canopy today, and beefing up our tree maintenance effort to ensure that new trees planted by the city are actually surviving. I will leave it to Ms. Khan to speak to the details with great expertise, as she always does. But I just wanted to say a big thank you for taking the time to have a preliminary discussion on this in November and your careful consideration of this item today. I think you will see substantial progress from that discussion, thanks to the hard work of current and former city staff from the planning, parks, water, and law departments, along with many outside stakeholders, including Bridging the Gap and representatives from our development community who joined together for a series of multi-hour work sessions over the past 4 months. I want to say a sincere thank you to all of them for their time and dedication in these conversations. Many of the changes you'll see center on making the ordinance easier to comply with and to enforce, including simplifying requirements, providing options to make it easier to integrate this into existing processes, and clarifying connections with related ordinances like our landscaping requirements, stream buffer ordinance, street tree requirements, and street and utility placements. So with that, I'm sure this will be a wonderful discussion. I turn it over to Ms. Khan to lead the way.
Thank you, Anne. I will try not to repeat anything that was already mentioned. The copy of the ordinance that's in front of you is mostly the same as the one that was attached to the staff report with just 3 redlined items. And I just wanted you to have the most updated version. And if you have any questions about that, we can go over it. They're very minor additions. So we can get started on the changes. Again, this ordinance, as was already mentioned, we're prioritizing the preservation of tree canopy cover, which is not something that's currently codified in city code. And we've had multiple meetings to kind of get on the same page to simplify the ordinance since the last time it was in front of you. And integrate it better within our existing code sections. So I'll talk about kind of the body of the ordinance. It's changed substantially, so I'm going to kind of just start over presenting it rather than saying all the things that have changed. Again, I just want to highlight 3 sections of our current zoning and development code that are interrelated with this ordinance. And that is the open space development and conservation development section, stream buffer section, and landscaping and screening. Each of these existing sections have an individual purpose, and this proposed ordinance will be having an additional individual purpose while integrating, as was mentioned, and I'll go into detail about how all these pieces fit together. So again, the scope and purpose, we're just talking about why this ordinance is important and the great benefits that it will have, both for environment and human health across the entire city. One of the first main sections is for protected tree canopy cover. And one of the main changes we've made is that any plan within the applicability section, which is most plans that come before this commission and through the development management division, will be required to adhere to this ordinance. For every 1 acre of contiguous tree canopy cover, so we're talking in acre chunks now, if it is removed for development, it needs to be mitigated either with tree planting in its place using a formula that I'll talk about, or to pay money in lieu. So in one way we tried to simplify this ordinance is to make it similar to the parkland dedication system, because that's something that developers are already familiar with. So it gives options of, you can give trees, you can give money, you can give a combination of both at this specific rate that I'll talk about. So again, we're talking about areas of contiguous canopy cover. That's our new keyword. So that's clusters of forested areas, 1-2 trees here and there. That doesn't need to adhere to the ordinance because the focus is on the forested area, which not only provides stormwater management, mitigation, habitat, shade, multiple benefits rather than 1, 2, 3 trees here and there. So I hit on most of these. Another section, actually I'm jumping around a little bit. So the mitigation rate, which I have some examples to show you, was worked out with the development community representatives that we have been working with on this ordinance. And so it's a calculation. I think it'd be easier to talk about that in the example, so I'll save that piece. And then lastly, I want to point out a section that was added for administrative adjustments for alternative compliance. This is a section that already exists within the code for creating flexibility. It exists in the parking and loading standards, landscaping standards, and lighting standards. So when we have to account for each development site being unique and having unique challenges, and sometimes creating a burden that's not caused by the developer. And so we want to be flexible for that. And this section in the ordinance gives staff criteria to approve adjustments, not waiving any of the requirements, but being flexible to allow differences to still get to the same end result. So we're trying to factor in all the potential properties that will encounter this ordinance. So I just want to show 2 examples, kind of getting more into the numbers and how this would work situationally. And I have projects that you all have seen within the last year or 2. This first one is for the Reserve and the Porches, which is a 313 unit residential project down by Bannister Road, just south of the Cerner complex. And this is a fairly heavily forested site, mostly covered in trees. And applying this ordinance, we would count, this would be one of the plan sheets, essentially. It would show all of the contiguous forested area to be removed. So in this case, 12.2 acres. And then this would be multiplied by 0.35, which was inspired by the city's 35% canopy cover goal. This is not to say that an entire site will be 35% forested. It's just a number that we took from existing policy and agreed upon with those development representatives, multiplied by 300 caliper inches, which is approximately the rate of caliper inches for 1 acre of moderate to heavily forested area. So we're trying to replace as best we can, but we are replacing at a 35% rate. And so this gives the total of how many caliper inches, which can be changed into, tree size, 2 inch, 2.5 is typically what is planted. And then use the same formula. And in this case, $285 is about the rate we've been working with, determined by the city forester. So if the developer opted to pay money in lieu, this $365,000 would be the total number. Of course, you can do a combination of both. And then I also want to point out these numbers don't include any of the offsets that are mentioned in the ordinance. So one of the offsets or kind of credits that's allowed is to use the landscaping that's provided from the landscape requirement towards this mitigation. This plan, the landscape plan for this project had 131 2.5-inch trees. So this would reduce the requirement, of course, to be a total of 476 about 2-inch trees. So you're down about 200 trees. And so that's what we worked with the development community to say, you're already working on landscaping, these kinds of things, so we'll allow that to count. I know that's getting into more technicalities. I have one more example, and then
Question?
oh, sure.
The boundary line, is that something that planning staff defines?
So luckily this developer actually provided a tree removal plan. So I just went in and measured the contiguous areas, which are these two larger areas. But as you can see, there's a couple smaller ones in between, and those wouldn't be counted.
Question on kind of the landscape plan. So in theory, right, they would have the landscape plan, which is a minimum of 131 trees, but they have a 476 tree deficit. So would it potentially be that they can increase their landscaping plan to accommodate a portion of that and then potentially pay for the rest of them?
Yes.
Okay, so it could be it's a sliding scale essentially of.
And it can work either way. They could either incorporate it. What we envision is having the mitigation plan, which shows us where the trees will be planted for mitigation. We intend to have it on the landscape plan. So whether they just include it in their landscape plan counts or as mitigation counts, it really all balances out that they're just replacing based on this calculation.
So if they do choose, say, to plant the remaining 476 trees, those would have to be on site?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's where the money comes in, similar to parkland. If you just don't have enough land to plant the necessary trees, then you can pay the difference or that up.
And going back to the acres change, so last time it was kind of like a tree coverage ratio.
Mhm.
So this is just more about bulk acres of trees and forest, right? And that's the focus.
Yes, it's more of a flat rate now rather
okay.
than the table of needing to measure the canopy.
This could,
Yeah, and those two, items are the 0.35, which is the desired goal of the city to have 35% tree coverage. Where did the 300 come from?
The 300 caliper inches, you might remember back to the table that was in the original ordinance where we said if you have a really heavily densely forested site, you need to replace at a higher rate. So we took the highest rate, which 300 caliper inches is how many inches total you would find in a moderate to heavily forested acre of forest cover. So that's where the 300 come from. And then I have one more example to show you all. This is the Woodhaven site. You might remember it. It's up at 100th off in between Plat Purchase and Green Hills. It's just north of the Twin Creeks master plan development area. And I wanted to highlight this project. It was for a residential development, individual lots, 468 of them. Because this site came up in one of our discussions. I think it was actually previously brought up the last time you heard this ordinance. And what we have done now with the stream buffer offset credit is this site, which this slide is jarring and I apologize for that. But there are many small areas of tree canopy that would count. So 1.8 acres here, an acre over here, an acre over there, totaling about 16 acres of canopy cover for this site, not including the stream buffer, because the stream buffer has additional regulations already. When I approximated the stream buffer coverage and the mature riparian vegetation that is protected under the stream buffer ordinance in our code, the total stream buffer acreage is actually exceeds the rest of the entire canopy area on the site. And so when you put this into the calculation and you take your acres removed minus any offset, so in this case, you're subtracting out the stream buffer, it zeroes out the entire calculation and no mitigation is required on this site. So the intention of that was there is already a stream buffer ordinance. Developers already need to protect those stream buffer areas. And so we didn't want to double up on requirements when they already are required to preserve that area. So a project like this that has 460 something units or lots over, I think about maybe 100 acres, I don't remember off the top of my head, would actually have no requirements. So if this is all very site dependent on the stream buffer allowance, the canopy on the site. And I wasn't able to do it in these examples, but in the ordinance, there are also exemptions for required road construction of streets identified on the major street plan. So again, in this example, this is the Line Creek Parkway that will be extended. That's on the major street plan. So even if the stream buffers didn't cancel out any mitigation, this required street probably would help out with that. Just because, again, that's a requirement by the city that the roads need to be constructed and the right of way needs to be dedicated. So we don't want to double up on these requirements and say you need to mitigate it, even though the city is requiring that this needs to be built. So those are kind of the main changes, how we came to some more agreeable numbers. But other than that, staff is recommending approval of this ordinance. And I'm happy to take any questions, go back through the examples if you need.
Who'd like to start?
I have a question about, and maybe this is something that some other folks on the applicant team can speak to, is just that additional funding that assuming that a lot of these sites won't be able to fill the capacity needed and are going to pay a certain fee. I know that we have like a forestry plan that has been developed, and I just would like to kind of hear from that and like what the, because I think there has been quite a lot of thought into where trees could be planted and why and what the benefits are if they can't remain on site. So either through you or others, that would be helpful.
I think maybe I'll be the expert on that.
Afternoon, I'm Kevin Lapointe, the city forester with Parks and Recreation Department.
You mind restating all that, talking into the microphone so everybody can hear you, please? Thank you.
My name is Kevin Lapointe. I'm the city forester with Parks and Recreation Department. I apologize if you could repeat the question. I couldn't hear it very clearly where I was sitting.
Sure. Yeah. I just wondered if you could speak to the forestry master plan that could benefit from the fees that inevitably will probably come because people won't be able to fill their site with the required number of caliber trees, and what benefits that could offer for other parts of the city by having that additional funding to support that plan.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the master plan, urban forestry master plan had 10 strategies. One of them was to strengthen our ordinances when it comes to tree preservation and protection, which is why we're here. But anything that comes out of this ordinance, as far as funds that would go into this tree planting fund, would be used for that very purpose, to replace trees that are being removed in other places in the city. We definitely have a need for that. We remove far more trees than we're able to replace each year.
So a development in the Northland that pays a hefty fee or fine or mitigation fee for mitigation, that money could be used elsewhere in the city and for some other, for a park south of the river or south end of town, but not necessarily up close to where that development actually took place.
That's correct. And keep in mind, we understand the Northland still has a lot of development going on, but this ordinance applies to the entire city. And there are parcels south of the river as well that are heavily forested that would be impacted by this just as much.
Is there a way that that could be divided up by, say, impact fee districts that we already have in place or something of that nature? So if they stay within, any mitigation fees kind of stay within a already established boundary kind of thing?
Anything's possible. That's a topic for discussion.
I agree with you. I mean, my concern would be got this amount of cash to use, and we want to make sure that the tree canopy stays for all neighbourhoods and they're healthy neighbourhoods. I mean, that's the reason why we've got tree canopy. So how do we get to the equity part? Who decides the equity part to make sure that the trees are planted appropriate places in the city?
Yeah, I think we've done a lot of studies as part of this and that master plan and other things that we're working on in regards to equity, heat island effect, all the things that climate change, all the things that we're expecting in the future. And certainly there are parts of town that have greater need for canopy because they have very little, or the percentage is extremely low. So those would be the ones we would target initially. That's where we're looking to go with funding. There will be some funding, new funding for tree plantings in the future. That is my understanding. They'll be coming basically out of neighborhoods department. And a lot of that will be targeting neighborhoods, areas where their canopy is very low and there are very few trees.
I'm sorry to jump in. Did you have more questions?
That was really my main one.
Anybody else over here?
I just think we had conversations like this when we were pushing for housing funds, but if we talk about where we split whatever funds were collected, 50% was geared towards the geographic adjacent area, and then 50% was thrown to general fund. So that's something to consider, just really split down the middle, or a third and 2/3 or whatnot. I mean, I'll wait for public testimony, but I think I think this is much improved and it's much simpler, especially the contiguous acres. I feel like that's a fairly simple exercise by a landscape architect if you hire a good one, and shouldn't take too long. So
If I could I take a minute and summarize really quickly? A few things have been said already. I just want to keep in mind, this is not a mitigation ordinance. And the result of this is not about how many dollars we're talking about in the end. It's about trying to preserve forested areas that we're removing without replacing. I've been doing so for years. And that's what we're trying to do, is preserve some of those areas. So we've made a lot of concessions with that as well. But that is the end goal, is to preserve. And one thing that doesn't get mentioned, it seems like, when we talk about this, is one of the things that developers can do is that leave some forested area, and every forested acre they leave, is an acre they don't have to mitigate. Okay, so that would be ideally what we would be looking to see happen with some of this. And even in the extreme examples, so I just want to make something a little clear here. If you had a 100%, 100-acre forested lot that was being developed, okay, with all the concessions that are made, and the largest one being that 0.35 multiplier, that means we're allowing them to remove 65 acres of forested land on that tract, 65 acres. And that's not the end of it. With all the other things they can mitigate and do, that 35 ends up being less than 35% of that land area being canopy covered. So keep that in mind. When we talk about a canopy cover goal of 35%, that's over land area. Okay. So even in the worst, what I'm saying is, even in the worst case scenarios where you have a 100% forested lot or parcel that you're developing, you will probably end up with less than 35% of that canopy covered in the end. And as Genevieve already pointed out, there are going to be a number of parcels and development opportunities that there won't be any mitigation at all, or they'll be able to mitigate everything by just putting a few additional trees back on the property. I just want that to be understood, but this is a preservation and protection ordinance, not a mitigation ordinance. Thank you.
I think too, just generally, I think it challenges people to be better designers and thoughtful about how they lay out their developments and construction methods and activities. So
I'll jump in. So I was really pleased reading this. Yeah, clearly a lot of work went into it. I do like the simplicity of it. I thought that, to your point just now, that the stream buffer offset was generous. But I understand that it does seem like this was a holistic approach in which developers were taken into account. So as I was reading through it, again, really appreciate the simplicity. I was trying to create like a 90% confidence interval in my mind of what a worst case and best case scenario would be. So best case scenario, and this is from a builder, owner, developer's standpoint, who is less concerned about trees and more concerned about building what they want to build. So best case scenario would be they already are designing with trees in mind, have either a landscape architect, et cetera. So it's really easy to bring forth that information, that chart, make a calculation, move forward. There might be zero cost because of the way that they design their site or because of the stream buffer. So then on the worst case, I was wondering if you could help me understand what a worst case scenario might look like. What I had, my initial thought is someone who purchased the property recently, but hasn't opened up a project yet. So they haven't started the development process. They are subject to this. They might not have been designing as dense of a build. So in the example you gave us, the cost was going to be about $1,000 per unit that was built, which I think is a very reasonable cost. If someone wasn't building as dense and they weren't aware of this process yet because it's relatively new, but owned the land already, applies in 3 months, 6 months, something like that. Then like, what is the hurdle that we're creating in terms of, I really like that it was written that it could be just an engineer, or a landscape architect, but because we're putting this on, the burden is on the applicant, which I think is correct and the right way to do it. Can you kind of talk me through like what a worst case nightmare scenario would be so that we can kind of like get that one out of the way?
There isn't one.
I'm trying to, I don't have the answer to that question, but I have other information that may help you. One piece of this ordinance that I didn't get around to talking about was our open space and conservation development section of the code that allows, for typically like an R6, you need to have 6,000 square feet per lot. So the intent of that open space conservation section allows sort of a density boost because your lot area requirement shrinks, even though your zoning is R6, let's say. And this is for more like residential developments. I'm trying to think, I think actually the Weatherby Meadows plat that you had in front of you might have been one of the only conservation and open space developments since I've been here, which isn't very long, but this ordinance encourages using that section and in return reduces the mitigation by 50% because in that specific section, there are additional requirements about preserving forested areas in tracts. And so we're hoping that this ordinance would go hand in hand and would encourage the use of that by saying, hey, your requirements are lessened, but also it's because there's already requirements in the open space. That is more situational for residential lots for sale product, where we have been talking about amending that ordinance next because it does only address residential. And now that this preservation ordinance will address commercial, industrial, all projects, no matter what the use, we want that open space to catch up, as we've seen a couple of really large, data center projects that are on the land way up untouched, wherever they may be. And so that should also be an option for those type of projects. So that's in the works as well. That did not answer your question about worst case scenario.
I can kind of try. I think the worst case scenario would be, it did. She's suggesting we have provisions in our ordinance that have been available that don't get utilized often, that allow people to essentially do a transfer of rights on their property where they set aside the land that they can't develop or don't want to develop, and then they do a more dense development on the remainder of it. So they get the total density that would have been allowed for the whole property, but they're only developing on the portion they're not preserving. People don't use it very often. We need to study why people aren't using that very often and why it's not advantageous. This ordinance may make it more advantageous to use that. But we need to look at them together. I think the worst case scenario would be someone who chooses not to do that and do what you might call a conventional quarter acre lot or whatever single family development on a piece of land that's 100% forested. They're going to have a very high rate of mitigation that they have to do if they're choosing to remove all the trees to just build the standard suburban development.
Thank you. Both those comments were helpful. And then, so from a process standpoint, again, I think it's written in a really flexible way, but I'm just trying to anticipate things that we aren't foreseeing now. And so someone applies, they had a plan that they've been working on for years, but hadn't actually applied yet. And they didn't have a call out and haven't, figured out what the canopy is that they're removing. Based upon the different types of people that the applicant can use to establish how many acres they're removing, is that a pretty attainable, just since I don't know how that's done, is that like looking at Google and saying, and then going in field verifying and saying, yep, this is it. And so it's going to be an hour-long process for most people?
All of the examples that I showed, I did myself, and I'm not a landscape architect or an engineer. So I don't know what the cost is to, hire those professionals, the hours and resources that it takes. But that is one of the points that we got to of simplicity and saying, really, if I can do it, you can hire someone to do it. And it shouldn't be difficult. They really don't even have to go out into the field. The aerial images are acceptable.
Great. Awesome. Thanks.
And I think it's important that you can do it because that way you're checking their work. I mean, that was my question around the boundary is that, are they going off of a survey? And I guess to me, the worst case scenario is somebody comes in and takes out all those trees and then you don't have a record of what they're forced to replace. So that's what I was trying to get at is is it the Google Earth, the kind of Big Brother map, or is it like going in and having a survey and that's determining the boundary? But that was just my curiosity.
Extremely simplistic as compared to other cities' ordinances.
More questions? Any over here? Commissioner Rojas, any questions? Okay, so I got a few. So just staying on that thing. So no longer are we counting trees going out in the field, counting how many's out there. But if the applicant wishes to do that, to have a more comparable replacement or mitigation preservation kind of thing, instead of using the factor 300, can they do that?
That is a unique question. Because we did have a section in our code in the landscape section that did allow for detailed tree survey to be done to identifying species, caliper inch, the number of trees, and that could serve as credits towards landscape requirement. We found in working through this ordinance that would be in conflict with this ordinance because they could do the tree survey, offset their landscaping, thus offsetting the mitigation, and it sort of created this loop. And we felt that was a conflict. So there is a section in this ordinance that actually takes that out because nobody ever used it to begin with. I only know of one project since I've been here that used it. So we decided to remove that conflict because it was not utilized to begin with.
And that's where the 300 came in from that standpoint, right? It is part of your calculations and your equation.
Right. That's the Kevin.
300 trees basically represents what you would need to put back on that acre after you remove the trees in order in 40 or 50 years to basically restore what was there, more or less.
And Genevieve and Kevin, didn't some early versions of the ordinance have that as a requirement that they had to prepare a survey and do some of this detailed field work? And we determined, based upon in part on some of the feedback we got from the development community, was that was too burdensome.
Okay. Next question is about compliance and who oversees this plan. Is that something that goes through the planning department or is that through the parks department? Who actually writes the permitting up for the preservation and mitigation of trees?
So the preservation mitigation plan submittal comes through development management. So that would be city planning will review the plan. We have not worked out all of the procedural details yet because that's kind of an internal administrative piece. But again, since it is so similar to the parkland dedication, fee system, we expect that parks will come in and say, hey, ask this fee as already determined on your plan. So it'll be a coordinated effort, but city planning will review and, provide feedback if they're not complying with the ordinance.
Okay, and then as it's permitted and then so the development or the construction's going on, does somebody go out and actually inspect and count and measure and all of that as part of the planting plan
So
by the time it's done, or is that
So there's two answers, I think, to that question. One is there is language in this ordinance that groups together at the time of site disturbance and construction. There are already inspections being done by the land development inspectors, land development division, to check, silt, fencing, erosion control, all those things. And the one additional thing they'll need to look at is if trees are identified to be preserved, you're preserving 1 acre or more, it's going to be a large area. They'll just need to look and see that they're fenced properly in accordance with this ordinance. That's kind of the first step. And then the second step is we intend to have a similar condition to our landscaping requirements where an affidavit is required to obtain the certificate of occupancy to say you did not unlawfully remove trees that were supposed to be preserved and you have planted your trees required for mitigation to receive your C of O.
okay? And the actual permit will be issued by fifth floor or Parks Department?
It's not its own permit. It's a part of the like site disturbance and development plan approval.
So you'd submit it as part of the site development disturbance plan piece?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Timing of when everything needs to be installed. I know it's by certificate of occupancy or by the time the final plat is actually recorded. However, I think it's pretty easy to do for commercial retail sites, but a subdivision, single family subdivision, I think it's much more difficult because you're going to continue to have construction after the utilities are in, the streets are in. Is there a way to divide it out so that by lot, each lot needs to do its mitigation as they go? And which includes their street trees or trees on their site or in their backyard or something of that nature versus having the overall developer.
That's a great question. And that came up in our meetings multiple times. And we did not come to a good resolution on it. We know that's already an issue with the street tree requirements, and you finish one plat and you need to keep construction going and the trees die, they get ripped out. We understand that that is a problem already. And something that's slightly different is if the developer intends to mitigate with planting, we expect it to be less like traditional landscaping, like your street trees. Yes, those will count, but the rest should really, the intent, and I believe it's written in the ordinance for the mitigation trees, is to be planted in a sort of going back to the natural of what it was. So planting large swaths, not 1, 2, 3 in someone's backyard necessarily. So I know that didn't fully answer your question, but it did come up and we did discuss it. And we really decided that it's a pre-existing issue that maybe needs to be fixed with a separate ordinance to street trees or something.
Yeah, so that's
like that.
something that could be pursued as part of this deal. Okay. Sure, I don't have other on. So the variances on this. So if you're wanting to get a variance or a waiver, same process as everything else, they could either go through BZA for a variance on this, because right now it's saying the development department director is authorized to approve any administrative adjustments. But if not, they could go through BZA or council sponsor some waivers on this.
So though that's a good question. I think similar to parking and landscaping, which are all in the 400 section of, development requirements. Yes, BZA can grant a variance. However, we would much prefer that they go through the administrative adjustment that's administratively approved, just because variances run with the land. And if, the plan never was vested or something like that, then all of a sudden there would be this variance attached to that land in perpetuity. If we did come into a situation like that, I'm not sure that staff would support a variance to that.
Okay. Is there any language that could be added for deviation similar to like what we're looking at for the Plaza Bowl? Any deviation language that if somebody is looking for a deviation, this is the criteria which it gets evaluated, or something of that nature? Or percentage basis or something?
Joe, would you be able to weigh in on deviations for the 400 series and the other methods of relief available? Besides potential variance?
In the 400 series currently, the only, aside from administrative adjustments, which are specifically called out, where there's only certain things that staff can administratively adjust. So aside from those, the other things in the 400 series would require a variance unless the approval process for the project itself is a MPD or UR project. There's one exception for the parking, some of the parking stuff, but landscaping stuff would all be anything related to this, or landscaping would have to go through an MPD or UR to get a deviation from city council.
Okay, but they could provide it ultimately if through BCA or as a waiver through council. If they wanted.
If that was the entitlement process they had to go through. If it was just a preliminary plat or something like that, they would not be able to obtain relief that way. They'd have to get a variance. Unless they're able to do the administrative adjustment. There are options, but I think what I hear you saying is that if it's a project going to council, you want the council and the commission to have the ability to grant a deviation or some form of
I'm just
relief.
asking, is that a possibility, to ask for a deviation instead of I'm just picking on the number 300, instead of 300, I want to use 100. Can I get a deviation for that as part of the calculation?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've tried to fix this before and we'll probably try it again, but it depends. The answer depends on the type of approval they're seeking. If they're just seeking a development plan, no. If it's a UR or an MPD, yes, they could ask for that.
Okay. Last topic I'm just kind of curious about. And so this would also apply to utility plants. So I'm trying to understand that. So in some cases, the trunk sewers are put in. Is this something that they would need to go through as part of their planning and design process, that they've got they need to go through the same process and procedures for installing utility type of things?
I know we just recently addressed utilities, and I'm trying to find the exact language.
It's under mitigation.
Thank you.
Page 4.
I was like, maybe you would like to weigh in, Travis?
Since I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and specifically called out on page 4, 88, 42405 B. Mitigation shall not be required for removal of tree cover within utility easements shown on the final plat.
Okay, and this would, just so everybody knows who you are, Travis, do you mind stating your name?
Travis Kiefer with Casey Water.
And so this would also apply to any projects that Casey Water is working on as well, that you are exempt from this mitigation?
Any of those would have to be within an easement anyway, so.
Okay.
And if I could make a note that in the AR 57, Administrative Regulation 57 applies internally to the departments in regards to tree removal.
Okay.
A question, because a lot of sites that are being developed are previously agricultural lands, the tree cover is oftentimes those windbreaks at the edge of the property. Is that considered? It's not like a grouping of trees. It's more like a linear configuration.
If it is, I mean, yeah, usually it's anywhere from 10 feet wide to larger than that. So that would count towards measuring to see if it makes that acre minimum. Yes.
Take a lot of fence line to do that.
I have one more question with regards to once you've actually got the trees planted. How do you ensure that, they're going to be living being trees and so forth, but they may die if they're not maintained? Is there an inspection is there a way that you're going to demonstrate the inspection of coming back in a year or 2 years to make sure that there is an establishment as required by the code?
I knew at some point there was language in the ordinance saying, healthy condition, like proper initial maintenance for a minimum of 2 years, and maybe even Patty Knoll can speak in more detail about your question.
Yes, Patty Knowles, not city planning anymore. There was language in the ordinance previously, but it was removed because of the concern that we do not have the staff to go out and ensure that those trees have been planted. So when the trees are planted, generally they come with a warranty. So ideally they will be taken care of and maintained during the point of that warranty. Another reason we arrived at the 300 is that knowing, and Kevin can speak to this, knowing that many of these trees will not survive for various reasons. 300 is the higher number to ensure that we do have trees on the site. And one clarification is that we're not really talking about backyard trees. We're not giving credit for the developer to come in after the fact and say this person's planting 3 or 4 backyard trees. We're talking about private open space tracts, easements that we can ensure and also for it to contribute to the natural environment that's already on the property.
I mean, typically, if I look at green infrastructure, it has got about a 2-year.
You speak more into your microphone.
Typically, when I look at green infrastructure, it's usually got a 2-year warranty. I agree with that. But there is an obligation by the developer in other cities to make sure that that is actually still maintained, or there is an inspection by the city after 2 years.
Well, the tree fund does include the ability to use those funds toward staff. So ideally, we would have a staff person dedicated, not only to help with reviewing these specific plans, but to go out in the field and, at various times do inspections. So that is definitely a goal. Outreach, education, staffing. The ordinance sets forth those abilities to spend funds on those things.
That's great. Thank you. That you've answered my question. Thanks.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Beasley?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. Anybody who'd like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward. Be sure to state your name and address for the record. And then we'll call on those that are in the chambers first, followed by those that are joining us online.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Karen Willenhoot and I live in Midtown. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the Mothers Out Front, which is a climate action group of mothers and others who are, very worried about our children and all other living things. I was really happy to hear about this ordinance because I think that maintaining our trees and planting more trees is a really critical strategy toward preserving our climate. One thing that worries me a little bit is sometimes it starts to sound to me like a quid pro, well, just like a trade-off, like, okay, you can cut down all those trees if we can have the money to plant some other trees. And really, from a carbon mitigation standpoint, we really need to keep our old trees. And so I would hope that, as this gentleman here said, that the emphasis here is on preservation and not on mitigation, because I think it's hard for mitigation to have the same climate value as preservation has. Also, I have gotten about 100 or 200 trees planted in my Midtown neighborhood. And, you got to water trees. And I'm really worried. I mean, I have actually recruited neighbors to water my trees, but that's going to be hard to do all over town. And, dead trees are not going to do us much good. So I hope people are keeping in mind that really this should be about preservation, and the ordinance says that is what it's about. Anyway, I'm really glad that there's some attention to the issue of trees here, and I would encourage you all to pass this, but I am just kind of worried about, like I say, the preservation versus mitigation issue. And let's see, was there something else? Yeah, I also wanted to say that it's really important that we follow up on what was the product in the city's climate action plan, which definitely says that natural solutions like trees are part of what the city council wants to do here. And so I'm very happy that you all are taking this opportunity to put that into action. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Adam Rossi. I live in the 3rd District at 520 Garfield Avenue. Thank you for your time this morning, and I thank you for the people that worked very hard in this plan. As someone who is very passionate about reversing global warming and someone who worked as an environmental science teacher that taught college level environmental science for 3 years, most of my comments are going to be focused in that area. I think, first of all, it's important to recognize that climate change is happening now. It's not something that's going to happen in the future, we're preparing for. It is already happening. And with that in mind, I just want to echo what the lady who spoke previously to me said. And I agree with what this gentleman said, that we should, be focusing on preservation, not mitigation. If we have, trees that are 50 years old right now and we remove those and then plant new trees, we're not going to get the same carbon sequestration benefits until 50 years from now. And that is, concerning for me when I'm seeing these slides and I'm like, wow, that's 60, what was it, like 30 football fields worth of forest that we're removing. And that's not going to be replaced for, however long those trees have been around for. It's going to be that much longer until we get those benefits. If we get those benefits, do we have that much time? I would say no. I would just encourage this commission to discourage removal of trees as much as possible and encourage development where we have open areas that are already that don't have trees on them. We have 20% of the downtown loop area is parking lots, right? We have so much area that is fields or former agricultural land that is right for development. We don't need to be removing forest in our city. And I also think about, I live east of Troost on the east side of town. There's so many areas on that side of the city. There's so many empty buildings. There's so many empty houses. There's so much opportunity for investment in those communities. And I would guess that tree canopy is higher west of Troost than it is east of Troost. So I would encourage, emphasis on preserving and planting, any planting we're going to do, can we do that in areas of the city that have historically been neglected and have lower tree canopy cover? So again, I thank
You,
the
Adam.
commission, I thank everyone for this plan, but I
We're running out
encourage
of time.
preservation, not mitigation. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else?
Good morning. I appreciate the commissioners. I know you spend lots of time on the commission because you care about our community. And my name is Ira Harrod. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Blue Ridge Area Quality of Life Initiative. And I will say that Broccoli is in full support, or is in support of the ordinance, with some caveats, some concerns that it does not preserve trees as well as they need to be preserved. And that one of you spoke about the worst case scenario. Well, my worst case scenario is that so-called undeveloped land, which includes forests, will be developed because it's an easy out or easy option for developers, and that we will lose acres and acres and acres and acres of trees that are serving the community in multiple ways. I'd like to just share a little bit about our personal experience in Southeast Kansas City, in the kind of Oldham Farms neighborhood, which is south of Swope Park. Over the last 4 or 5 years, we've had a series of attempts to develop mostly forested 100 acres of land that's zoned residential. But the realtor and the developer, instead of choosing to try to develop it residentially, have chosen to have plans to put in warehouse complexes, logistics centers. So if you can imagine living across the street from 100 acres of forest, and a developer coming in and saying, we have the political ability to push this project through, and instead of trees, you're going to have warehouses and parking lots and semi trucks coming and going in and out of your neighborhood. And trees are gone, and there's really no incentive for us to care about these trees. And so our experience is that we were able to mobilize community support, and with the support of our council people in the 5th District, discouraged the developers because they saw how difficult it would be to move forward. And I would just say that that the development did not have any concern for the loss of trees and the benefits that it provided to the community, that many health benefits, the countering the heat island effect, runoff, quality of life.
I think we're out of time here. So if you don't mind wrapping it up.
Okay, well, and I would, well, and given that I'm also representing an organization, I think I maybe have a little bit more time. But so I would just affirm the city's climate protection and resiliency plan, that we need to preserve these trees. We support this ordinance, but we believe it should be much stronger in preserving the trees that we have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my name's Hunter Pace, 8245 Northwest Berrybrook Court. I want to reiterate all the points made earlier about the importance of established trees. And I think I support the ordinance because I think it's really important to hold the developers accountable. Like, I volunteer like multiple days a week at community gardens, doing basically as much as I can, but these developers have so much more power than an individual person. You know, they can affect like acreage at a time. And that's really important for like preserving our butterfly and songbird species, you know, throughout the cities, like everywhere in the city. We want to see that everywhere in our community, not just, you know, pushed to the outskirts. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm here today on behalf of the development community, and we have many members of the development community here present on the ordinance. I would ask some allowance for some of our major speakers to have more than 2 minutes because they represent a number of voices in the development community. Those speakers are first, we'll hear from Aaron Schmidt with Hunt Midwest, and then we'll hear from Gary Hayes from ND Management. Following that, there will be brief remarks by Robert De La Fuente with Star Development. I believe Will Reuter is here on behalf of the home builders. And then I believe, I'm not sure, that a member of North Point is here. I'm going to have some brief remarks first. You've heard a lot about how that you've made substantial progress since your November meeting or the staff has made to address the development community's concerns. You've heard that the mitigation has been worked out. Well, you're going to hear the rest of the story now because that is not the facts that are in front of you. I also heard remarks about how this is really supposed to target the underserved areas and the urban forest areas, which to me is not the areas that it's affecting. It's really affecting both the continued development of the Northland and the very southern portion of the city. I think you've asked some good questions, and those answers have been a lot of uncertainty. As you know, we need certainty as we move forward. So what we will be requesting is that you hold this ordinance until we can get better answers, as well as you getting better answers. This represents an additional layer of regulation. You already have that through stream buffers. One of the things is you asked for worst case and best case scenarios. What wasn't highlighted, which is contained in your staff report, is there was a calculation in a staff report for the Kempton Falls development property, and that mitigation fee would be $1.2 million, over $1.2 million. That development will not move forward with those kind of fees. I also represented the developer of the reserves and the porches, and they can't bear the costs of the additional fees. And then finally, the ordinance that's in front of you at this point is not lawful because it's an impact fee. And an impact fee requires, much as your parkland fees and your arterial street impact fees, that they be used within a reasonable relationship of the area that's paying it. So areas that are paying it north of the river, those fees can't be used south of the river because that doesn't meet the Missouri Supreme Court test on an impact fee. So this ordinance needs to be slowed down so we can address those issues. And our first speaker will be Aaron Schmidt.
Morning, Aaron Schmidt with Hunt Midwest. First of all, we just want to thank staff for all the work that they've done working with us over the last couple months. A lot of hard work was done. We feel like we've made some strides, but obviously based on our testimony that you're going to hear, we still think there's some fundamental problems with this ordinance. First of all, just to clear the air, we are not against tree preservation. We as developers preserve trees in our stream buffers. We plant trees. Hunt Midwest has planted over 5,000 trees over the last 10 years. I challenge that amount to anyone in this room who's planted more trees than that. So we're definitely in support of it. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. The ordinance does have several problems. First and foremost is the mitigation issue. The mitigation rate is really very, very high. It's going to discourage new development in areas that are growing, new development that provides housing, new development that provides jobs. So a little bit of a context of some of the issues that we've been having recently. Over the last year, there have been 4 issues that have been approved by the city And two upcoming, one of which is this tree preservation ordinance. It's going to add $40,000 to the cost of a new house. $40,000 to a cost of a new house. What that does is when we're trying to get affordable housing in the city, it discourages affordable housing in the city. It encourages people to move out of the city and build houses in our surrounding communities or to not build houses here at all. That's a problem. We can have all kinds of great ordinances until the end of time, but if we can't allow people to live in our cities, what's the point of having a city, period? So the biggest issue with this ordinance, and as Patricia mentioned, staff didn't go over the worst case scenario, the $1.2 million fee. But just to give you an idea, a 1 acre mitigation rate is $85,000. That's 4 times the price of the property. $85,000 per acre. We do business all over the country, and I can tell you this is the most highest fee of any place that we do business in the entire country. $85,000 per acre. So basically you take a piece of property and you say it's worth 0. You can't develop it. So now you got to move out. You got to move to Liberty. You got to move to Riverside to do this development. So just keep that in mind, that as we attempt to provide affordable housing, when you add $40,000 to the cost of a house in a year from this city, that works in complete contrast to what we're trying to do. We have prepared a red line to the ordinance, which preserves a lot of the fundamental components, but does include some areas that we can live with. We can still provide housing at a reasonable cost with some of these red line areas. So we'd like you to consider that. But just remember, $40,000 per house. It's a big problem in the city as we try to provide affordable housing, and we're regulating our way out of providing affordable housing in the city. Thank you.
Chair Corral, can I ask one
Yes.
clarification question? Hear you loud and clear on the cost of development per acre, and we want Kansas City to be a place that's really we can develop in a reasonable way.
Mhm.
Do you all work on affordable housing projects?
Every day. We try to reduce the amount of cost that goes into a house so we can sell them at an affordable rate. And depending on what you mean is affordable, I'm not sure. But what we do is we try to make the greatest number of houses available to the greatest number of people. And the way you do that is by reducing cost as much as you can.
I just wanted to clarify that part because the terms matter so much here, so that we're all on the same page. The way you said affordable housing made me think something different. So I just wanted to clarify, because I want to take the best parts of what you're saying and not take the ones that I view as misleading to like muddy up the good points that you're trying to make.
Sure. Yeah. Affordable housing, everyone can define it in a certain way.
And most people at the city level define it in a very particular way.
For new housing, affordable is probably a different definition as what maybe you consider. But I'm talking
That
about
answers it.
making new housing affordable for people.
Could you break down the $40,000 increase? Because I think we had like a $35,000 for the building code. And so I'm guessing that there's like maybe a $5,000 increase here. Just trying to figure it out.
Sure. And we can provide this in a separate document. The new requirements for sanitary and storm improvements is about $4,000 a house. The new energy code is about $25,000 a house, and that's probably conservative. The tree preservation ordinance is about $8,600 a house. And then the new arterial street impact fees, which is another fee that staff is working on right now, that's $1,400. So that's conservatively $40,000 per home.
Okay, so we're at $25,000 now for the building code, correct? Okay.
Plus $4,000 for the storm sewer that was recently adopted. Thank you.
Any question? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner and commission members, good morning. My name is Gary Hayes. I'm Director of Real Estate for MD Management. Our offices are at 4600 College Boulevard, Suite 200 in Overland Park, Kansas. I'm proud to say that we've been doing business in Kansas City since 1964. First and foremost, like Aaron stated, we believe there should be a tree preservation plan. It is important. The plan before you is not the right plan. It needs to be one that's fair and equitable, not one that fringes on eminent domain. Very simply, the ordinance before you is filled with flaws. It is clear that the city has an agenda that is first and foremost to those involved. There has been selected number of developers that voiced their concerns, offered suggested changes, and made it clear where development is headed should this ordinance pass as it is currently written, only to be told that their view is it is written in a fair and equitable way. MD Management has partnered with the city of Kansas City since 1964. If you look back at the history and the relationship between Kansas City Skyline and what it is today, without the actions of Frank Morgan, you'd have a totally different skyline. We have not only built buildings, but we built shopping malls and other commercial developments throughout the city. Most of the arterial streets north of 152 in Kansas City has been built by either Hunt Midwest or MD Management. We have made a huge investment into Kansas City, not only through development, but through the TIF work that we perform on behalf of the city and the TIF Commission. We've opened tens of millions of dollars of lines of credit to do this work while waiting for reimbursement from the TIF Commission. All this infrastructure work has opened up the northern tier of Kansas City for growth for many years to come. About a decade ago, the city invested heavily in the future growth and spent $42 million to have MD and Hunt Midwest install sewers in 15,000 acres to spur not only commercial growth, but the residential growth. When this occurred, we knew in order to maximize the city investment, we had to need to provide economic engine to pay for the needed infrastructure to support this growth. Not only would we need economic growth, but we'd also need to enhance the opportunity for education in Kansas City. Knowing that, we went to work, and for 3 straight years, we sought Costco to become that economic engine. And finally, in 2015, that goal was achieved. We were able to convince Costco to come to plat purchase in 152. It didn't come without a great price. In order to keep them there and from going to a neighboring city to the east, we had not only to give them the 20 acres of ground that they sit on today, but we had to do their site work. We had to build the retaining walls. We had to pay their impact fees to the city, the NID fees. Altogether, we spent about $5 million getting Costco to the site. Now that we had the economic engine in place, we had to focus on the schools. This 15,000 acres where these sewers were installed was largely in Plat R3 school district. We were hearing from the residents within that area in existing developments that they loved the area, but they didn't want their kids going to Platte City to go to high school. Our solution was we donated 80 acres of ground to Platte R3 school district to build a new high school in the southern section of the city to help spur the growth and make sure that the city got a return on their money. You ask, what does this have to do with the tree preservation plan? I can tell you with certainty that neither of these, Costco or the school, would have taken place if this tree preservation plan was in place. They went on treed lots. They went on treed grounds. Twin Creeks Village would not be where it is today. The sports complex and the commercial and residential development would not occur. The projected sales tax over the next 30 years from the Costco development in Twin Creeks Village is over $500 million. $500 million in tax revenue that will be generated by this development. This does not include real estate taxes, personal property taxes, and employment that comes along with it. All of this without dipping into the city's general fund. Nothing come out of the city's general fund to fund these projects. Yes, there was a TIF project, but that came through the TIF. This past weekend, there was a post on the social media from the city of Kansas City. And basically the social media said, we've heard your request to plant more trees and will recommend to the council to include $1 million in the budget for trees. If approved, the city will plant 10,000 trees over the next 3 years. Well, if you do the math on that, 10,000 divided into $1 million, that's $100 per tree. I first said this ordinance is flawed. If you look at what the developer is required to do, we're not only required to plant 2-inch trees, that's 2-inch caliber trees, but if we are mitigating, we're paying almost $600 per tree compared to what the city is stating that they're going to plant 10,000 for at $100 a tree.
Mr. Hayes, you're hitting close to your 5 minutes.
Let me just finish
Thank
up
you.
real quickly. The other thing that that you'll see is that the city has a operating budget in their general fund of about $1.9 billion this last year. I'm sure in 2023, when if this $1 million is allocated, they'll eclipse $2 billion. Well, that $1 million is 0.0005% of their overall budget. But in your packet today, you see if I develop the property called Kempton Falls, I will pay a mitigation fee according to their numbers, which I don't disagree with, of $1.2 billion or $1.2 million. That's 43% of what that project should cost me. That's increasing the project cost by 43%. It no longer is a viable project. As I mentioned, there needs to be a tree plan that's equitable for all involved and doesn't shove us off a cliff, because that's where we're headed on the residential development in the Northland. We're going in a direction that we can no longer offer affordable housing, whatever the definition of affordable housing would be. But the plan before you, as written, is not that plan. I want to go on record that if this plan is approved as written, we will finish the developments that we currently have in our conduit, but that will be the end of our partnership that has lasted almost 60 years. We will go outside of Kansas City and do business. I ask you this: if other developers take that same position and development ceases, where will the city be? And where will the funding for the tree preservation come? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robert De La Fuente with Star Development. A lot of what I was going to say has already been touched on by Gary and Aaron, so I'll be quick here. The rapid fire addition of new costs affecting materials, codes and others has significantly or will significantly add cost to the sale of a single family lot moving forward here in the next few months. It's an aggressively prohibitive piece of legislation for all development, single family, multifamily, industrial and commercial in our minds. I think the city, in consideration of its everyday priorities, needs to weigh the effect of these costs against things like affordable housing. You keep hearing affordable housing all the time without any real solution as to how to get to affordable housing. We continue to add costs to development. A newly constructed starter home starts with a 4 right now. So a new home on the low end is a $400,000 house. That's not an affordable house. A real affordable house right now is a 50-year-old house, 200 or less. And we can't go back in time and build more 50-year-old houses. We can't build those houses at what it costs then to build now, but we're continually adding costs without offsetting any development costs. The review fees, the permit fees, the new pipe we have to use for infrastructure, the 8,000 a lot we're going to have to pass on to the home buyer to mitigate these trees. All that stuff adds up. I don't know how you get there. I don't know how you make real progress towards affordable housing by continually adding costs, rules and regulations without any offset whatsoever to the current cost of a home. So it's 400 now. I can easily see it been 500 in a year and a half. It was 350 maybe 2 years ago. And the home builders that I've talked to are not making any more money on that $450,000 house versus the $350,000 house that they were building. So I strongly hope that the Planning Commission, the commissioners take a look at the costs. I don't know why the staff example was excluded from the presentation, but in that last example they provided, it showed a $1.2 million fee to that development. That would kill that project. It wouldn't be done. And like some of the others have said, we've also been trying to buy land just on the other side of Kansas City in the suburbs to do the same project because it takes less time. It costs us less to do. But there again, we also have thousands of undeveloped acres in Kansas City. So we'd like to keep doing work within Kansas City as long as it's cost effective. And we can continue to do that. Thank you.
Ask him a question.
Thank you.
You're saying the house, give me some numbers for a standard house you're talking about that would cost 400 number bedroom square foot. It's just.
It's about a 2,500 to maybe 2,800 square foot house, 3 bedrooms north of the river, kind of up by 435 and 291 is where we build. That house is about a $400,000 to $450,000 house.
Square footage again.
2,500 to 2,800 square feet.
Good morning. My name is Will Reuter. I'm the Executive Vice President at the Home Builders Association of Greater Kansas City, located at 600 East 103rd Street in Kansas City, Missouri. Heard it a little bit this morning and have heard these similar comments in other jurisdictions with increasing frequency. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the delivery of more modestly priced, more diverse housing product and the challenges associated with that. We heard it a moment ago, $400,000 average new build. Metro wide, it's about $406,000 is the average cost. In no way, shape, or form is that affordable to most families in the Kansas City metro. Something like that would require about $103,000 annual household income, something that's nearly double what the average household income is in Kansas City, Missouri. This is not a matter of choice on the part of the industry. I think that it should be recognized that the diversity of product as well as price is good for a healthy housing market, and it is being squeezed in a significant way. So the easiest way, I suppose, it's perhaps overly simplified, is to think of a housing market in terms of 5 different L's. One being lots, or the land that the home is built on. The lumber, representing the materials associated with its construction. Labor, which is the cost and availability of the labor force in order to do the work. The lending, which is the cost and availability of the credit associated with both the construction as well as the purchase of it. And then the laws, which is the regulatory environment in which those are built. So if you think of those 5 L's in terms of 5 different circles, bring them together to a Venn diagram where all 5 of those circles overlap is the housing market. And it's only there where the discretionary authority within the industry resides. If you deviate from outside of that, it's not going to pencil. And therefore, all of the decisions made within the industry are going to happen in that overlap. And so when we have additional credit constraints, labor force constraints, material constraints, all of those constraints that are introduced, it pulls that relative circle away from the center, thereby shrinking that area in which housing can be built. So will this tree ordinance kill housing in Kansas City, Missouri? I don't think a reasonable person would say so. in the same way that any one action is going to be the last nail in the coffin of an entire municipality as far as that is concerned, but it is compounding. It's happening here more frequently than it's happening in other jurisdictions, but that death by 1,000 cuts is moving people who would otherwise be qualified to move up into something newly constructed, thereby creating a little bit of liquidity in the housing space to free up their current domicile for someone to move up into that as they make their way through their housing lifeline, their timeline of either rentership or into ownership, which is ultimately our motivating factor, is to increase the rates of home ownership, which has historically been one of, if not the only way to build long-term financial stability in this country for the average American. So I just wanted to bring that to you this morning in the context of this conversation. The tree ordinance does not happen in isolation in and of itself. It's not siloed off from everything else. It is added to the stack of all of those other variables of which this body and the city council don't have a lot of control over all of that stuff. You know, we're looking to control what we can control. And so I would just encourage the Planning Commission of the City of Kansas City, Missouri, and the City Council and in all jurisdictions to be mindful of these additional requirements and ultimately the effect it has on the availability of product to be brought to the market that is more accessible, more affordable, more attainable for the average Kansas City family. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good morning. My name is Kristen Riot, and I'm Executive Director at Bridging the Gap. I'm also one of the co-leaders of the Urban Forest Master Plan, which was created in 2018 and 19 and was passed by City Council in 2020. And I was present at the meetings with the developers who've just spoken. And I just want to say a couple of things about the ordinance. First of all, I do want to check with Aaron about his numbers of 85,000 per acre, because my calculation is it's $29.9 thousand per acre, even before the stream buffer mitigation. And keep in mind, when we make that calculation, it's a cost per caliper inch, not a higher, which is about $285 if I'm not incorrect. So I think we need to look at those numbers again. And then I want to just say to the commission that this is not a particularly robust ordinance in terms of protecting trees relative to other cities around the country. And that every part of the formula actually represents a concession of some kind for the development community, starting with the 0.35 at the beginning and the fact that we're only looking at 1 acre and above. That means many stands of trees can be destroyed without any payment at all that are less than 1 acre. And then we have the stream buffer example, which as Genevieve showed you, can actually zero out anything that is owed by the development community. And then in addition, the landscape credits. So this is not a particularly robust ordinance. We understand that it's very difficult for the development community to swallow this after they have been able to remove trees with no expense whatsoever. But the value of these trees is a communal value. And this represents a different way of thinking than our whole world has operated on in the past. These trees are benefiting people throughout the entire city, and they represent a significant asset that has to be accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Steve Melton. I don't live in Kansas City. I live in Parkville, Missouri, north of the river. I am the leader of the Kansas City, Missouri chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby, and I'm here in support of this resolution. If you've lived in the Northland, as I do, and driven down Berry Road and 152, you see the clear cutting that the developers do. I mean, when they want to develop a piece of land, they just go in and take down every tree, kill every animal that lived there, and then and then bring in heavy equipment and sort of level it off from lot line to lot line. They'll build on what they want, and then the rest that they don't want, they'll plant in grass, which is the worst thing to do. You know, all we're asking these people to do is to value the forests that are there and plan around the forests. I live in a development in the Northland where trees could have easily been left, where houses could not be built. But did they leave the trees? No, they didn't leave the trees because their business model is just to clear from lot line to lot line and then let the rest just reestablish itself in invasive weeds or plant grass, which is the worst ecological solution. So I don't think it's wrong to ask these people to value the trees. I think that the ordinance is right, that we can preserve 35% of the trees. We can't deny the trees have climate value, they have recreational value, they have health value. And amazingly, the developments north of the river that value the trees and leave the trees have the greatest appeal to people who want to move in there. People do not want to move into developments that are denuded of all the forested areas. They would rather live in areas that have forested areas. So I think that this resolution recognizes this. I think it's the right thing to do. It will cause some inconvenience for the developers as they modify their business plans, but it's certainly the right thing to do. And if you don't believe it's the right thing to do, just drive down Berry Road and drive down 152 and see what's going on up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Members of the commission, good morning. My name is William Davies. I am a resident of the 6th District, and I also serve as a community organizer working with the Sierra Club Missouri chapter, environmental conservation organization, grassroots organization based here in Kansas City. Comments have been submitted in writing, but here just to elaborate and also speak on behalf of myself as an expecting father and someone who applauds the work that you all have done and that the city has done to plan ahead for our future and our children's future. Urge you to all support this ordinance and recommend its swift adoption by the city council. For all the reasons that you've heard, so many of the reasons you've heard today, this is a very well thought out policy. It's a lot of effort and time has been put into this by yourselves, city staff, city stakeholders, in line with the city's values that it's trying to flex of providing more robust, comprehensive public engagement, community centering of community voices, and putting our values first. What is another synonym for planning is regulation. And unfortunately, this ordinance, like so many, are being painted as unnecessary, spurious, superfluous, excessive government overreach by folks who have a fiduciary interest to make as much profit as possible. We talk about affordable housing, but about affordable housing for whom? Kansas City is trying to be a leader in affordable housing by expanding the amount of affordable renting units, affordable multi-unit dwellings, and being smart about our planning. And part of affordable housing is also making sure that our homes are more affordable, that we're not suffering from excessive heat island, that we're adopting better energy codes. As was pointed out previously, there are many factors that go into the price of homes, many outside of what we do here in Kansas City that will always be present. And that is just one consideration of the many important considerations, namely health and the well-being of ourselves and our future for our city. Kansas City recently became a leader in adopting one of the best energy efficiency codes in the country, as well as adopting a bold climate protection and resilience plan. This is key to keep the safety and health and well-being of our children in mind. And we need to put that at the forefront. I encourage you all to exercise your duty of being the leaders that you are and planning ahead for the well-being of all Kansas Cityans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? There's still a lot of people that want to speak, just so I can gauge time here. Okay, just a couple more. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Crowder, and I'm the Director of Forestry and Natural Spaces with Bridging the Gap. And I sat on this advisory committee through the planning process over the last few years. I'm a certified arborist and an urban forester by trade. I worked for 10 years as a city forester, helping to administer a very stringent tree preservation ordinance. I've worked with developers. I know it's challenging, but I know it can be done, and I know our trees can be saved. I don't want to hash out more than what people have already said, but trees have a really high return on investment, anywhere from 2 to 5 times the cost of planting and maintaining. However, our climate's changing. We know heat, we know rain, and even our most tough native plants and trees are struggling. So we commend planting efforts. Obviously, that is a big portion of what we do, but saving the trees we have is such a benefit. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I urge you to vote in favor. I'd also like to recognize if people aren't planning to speak, but are here in support, if you would like to stand, just so you can see we do have a number of folks that may not be speaking, and I know we lost a few. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else from the crowd? Okay.
Mr. Chair, while he's walking up, we have one person online.
Do you have? Okay.
One person.
Good morning. I'm Michael McGrew. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Missouri. I'm 5775 Northwest 64th Terrace and work with Winfield Design Build. I deal more with the implementation side of these sorts of things. So I've looked into some detail, worked with some of the folks here on both sides. And there were 3 items I'd like the commission to consider. One is in addition to the exemptions for priority list sites, commonly referred to as Superfund sites, where if the removal of trees is required as a part of mitigation for hazardous waste removal, that be exempted. There shouldn't be mitigation on top of another form of mitigation if the federal government requires it. Secondly, the item 11, tree protection measures. I understand the rationale of having fencing, and you're looking at a measure to try and protect those trees from damage, but we already have de facto tree preservation in place with our stream buffer ordinance, and it's worked without the fencing. Secondly, in the case of tree damage, the rest of this ordinance provides teeth for inspectors to come back, designers to come back, even developers to come back and say, well, hey, contractor, you just leveled a 1/4 acre of this tree area that we were supposed to preserve under this plan. Now there's mitigation methods, there's actual impacts that actually can be addressed and received back. And so also these are living systems, grouse, deer, pheasants, all these things move from the forest to these open spaces, even in an active site. And these things can be up for months. These fences can be up for years, even in a phase development, because it's a lot easier to do it all at one time, have it sit there. And we have to consider, the impact of that from an ecological perspective. I think it's just superfluous to have this item in the actual ordinance. And finally, I will admit, as a landscape architect, I did not know about the mature tree credit until a few weeks ago. And I think it should be kept in place because I, in my professional assessment, can look at an acre of 12-foot high invasive trees and look at a mature stand of oak maple forest. And I can say to them, you know what, there's actually an inherent value that the city deems is better that we maintain and preserve this acre of trees versus that one. If we have to remove an acre, let's make sure that we keep the one that has the best positive impact overall. So with that, I'd just like to close and just say that those are the 3 items, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is that it for everybody in the chambers? Okay. You say there's one online that wants to speak?
Jake McPhee.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jake McPhee. I live at 5002 Northwest 66 Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri in the Northland. Born and raised here in Kansas City before studying urban planning and real estate development at the University of Southern California. Just getting my career started in real estate development here in Kansas City. And I'm not here to argue whether or not, we need a tree preservation ordinance. I think that, it's very well intentioned. I think that we probably do need something like it. My only concern that I wanted to raise is, in the event that a developer chooses to pay towards the the tree preservation fund. I just want to be sure, I think, both the public and, private developers deserve some sort of plan or guidelines specifically stating or showing how those funds will be used to enhance environmental preservation, climate mitigation in their area. Somebody on the board or panel mentioned equity earlier. That's something that I don't feel was addressed thoroughly enough in the ordinance. For example, if trees are cleared in the Northland close to where I live, then I think that those funds should probably be put to use in the Northland as opposed to, say, Jackson County. I just think those are a couple of important things to note, but wanted to thank everybody, both for and against the ordinance and those who spent time putting it together for all your efforts. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe, online? Okay, so at this time, we're going to close all public testimony. Thank you for everybody's time.
Mr. Chair, if there's time, I'd like to make one clarification about one of the sites that was mentioned by the developers.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, you have the floor again to kind of go through some of the items that were brought up during the discussion and the public portion. So.
Thank you. So regarding that Kimpton Falls site, it was mentioned by a handful of people at Berry Road, sort of by Line Creek Parkway, south of Line Creek Parkway. And that example was included in the staff report. However, that example that I did all the measuring for was done before any plan was submitted. There is an open application under review on that site now for, I believe, 30 acres. And that's just at the northwest quadrant of the site, which is, when you look at the entire site under MD Management's ownership, it's multiple parcels, it's quite large. And the number is alarmingly high, but since there was no plan submitted when those numbers were generated, that does not account for any of the extension of Line Creek Parkway that will be required as identified on the major street plan. It will run all through that site essentially. So that will take out those, a chunk of requirement there. So that example probably was not the best to provide. There was no application at the time. And that plan, as it stands, only shows 30 acres of the site. It does not show, an entire phase development at this time. So it's not completely accurate as applied by the ordinance, thinking about what would actually be developed there in the future. So I just wanted to provide a little bit more detail on that.
I want to note, I actually like that example because, again, trying to think of the extremes to bookend it, in my mind, I was able to do just some quick math to figure out what the calculation would be based upon if you're going with low density 0.25 acre lots versus if we're going for more mixed use. And so for me, it was able to give me a high end of cost per unit that was lower than what we heard from public testimony. And so I thought it was a good example because, again, it helps give us the full context of what could be.
Great. And then just a couple other points. Again, I know Kristen pointed out the math when you're talking about a single acre times the 0.35 times the 300 caliper and then multiplied by that 285 rate, that is about 30,000 per acre. So I'm not sure if the 85,000 was just like a price per acre. I just want to clarify that number. And then I did want to explain our rationale behind having the fund be used citywide. We know impact fees are specifically need to be used in their impact district. And that is, when you think of impact fees, you are building something that is going to have impact, obviously. So for roads, you're building roads and there's an impact fee because cars will drive on the roads and they will deteriorate the roads and there needs to be maintenance of those roads because of the development. Same with parkland. You're developing residential units, you need to supply land or money to provide amenity, parkland, open space to serve those residents. This tree ordinance is slightly different from that because canopy and trees and forested area have widespread benefits. You know, one tree here isn't going to make my health better because I live 10 feet from it and you live 20 feet from it. So I just wanted to explain a little bit of how we got to that point. And at this time, there's no designated districts where the funds will be spent depending on where they're collected. And then just bringing up an interesting point by Mr. McGrew with the Superfund sites. That was the first I'd heard of that. It sounds very unique, and I am not sure how many acres or properties in the city are Superfund sites. I just don't know anything about that. So that seems like a very unique situation that would probably happen less likely than, you know, conventional development. And I think that's addressed all the comments that I wanted to tell about.
Can you speak to the comment on fencing?
That was discussed in some of our prior meetings, and fencing and erosion control and all those things are already a requirement for construction. And the group working on this ordinance felt that it was sort of a minor thing to ask for. There were additional protection measures that were taken out because there were just a lot of detailed things that, like I explained, our investigators or our land development inspectors will be able to easily go out and look at an area of trees and say, I see the fence around them, they're good to go, rather than, you know, is the fence this far? Or there were other things, I can't remember what they were, but they can easily identify it and then check it off. So that didn't seem to be a major concern for revision in the ordinance. And as far as a comment that was made about, you know, uncertainty about a lot of things, I am very glad for all the questions that you've asked, and in working with everyone, the development representatives and Bridging the Gap and other city staff on this, I feel that we were all able to answer your questions in much more confidently than in the previous time this was presented to you all.
Okay. Any last questions from the commission to staff or the applicant?
I have one, since I'm not a part of the quorum.
Yes, and just as a reminder, the quorum rule doesn't apply to text amendments. So, yeah.
You're in, you're off the bench.
So the couple of things that came to mind to me was, is there anything in this amendment that would give some type of incentive for the developer to develop around the mature tree? Other thing is, I'm not hearing much on how this affects commercial development. Commercial, how's that addressed?
So to answer your question about incentives, that has been a continued discussion. We did not come to a conclusion necessarily, because as much of the testimony that was given, current development does not require a developer to do anything with the trees. They can remove them. You know, obviously that is a cost in itself. And so as far as incentives, that's sort of what we were hoping to encourage with the open space and conservation developments, which again, going into your next question about how this will impact commercial development, we want to enhance that section of the code to address commercial development and industrial development. We haven't gotten there yet, obviously, but the ordinance will have, I mean, the developers here are much more familiar with cost And we've talked a lot about the cost of housing. No one has mentioned, I don't know the cost of commercial development, so that number was not brought up, but this ordinance will have as much of an impact on commercial development as it would residential or industrial. It applies equally to all of those developments, and also encourages, as others mentioned, potentially more creative development rather than the standard clear grade edge to edge.
Say the
think the
incentives were given
incen-
and all the concessions that were made in not removing trees.
I think the incentive to design around and preserve the trees is the cost to mitigate. You want to avoid those costs, you're trying to design around it.
I ask a couple of questions. One for Sarah, there was a question on the legality of this being able to be. Is that a true statement?
I think if you want a legal opinion on that, it would be appropriate to make a motion to go into closed session.
Let me ask one, doesn't need a closed session then. So we've got a red line from the development community. There's been a lot of discussion, I believe, with the development community. How many of those, and maybe staff haven't had a look at this document yet, how many of those have already been discussed and negotiated in or out, but obviously out? But
I don't have a copy. I don't know if Genevieve's seen it before today and knows if there's.
I have not, I'm not sure if I've seen this exact draft. I know I've seen redlined copies before the staff report was prepared with some comments from the developers, and some of the clarification points were added. Their points were added to this about design professionals that are allowed to prepare these plans. But then there were also some that were not. And most of the things that I saw in the previous draft with the red line comments from developers, I thought were addressed tirelessly in our meetings, and we had sort of come to a conclusion that, some things would be included and some things would not be included for reasons that I could respond to anyone that you would ask about.
right, and I'm not looking to negotiate a contract here or the ordinance here, but I was just interested to see how many of the had been addressed previously.
Would it be helpful for us to provide that to provide which ones we believe have been addressed versus and kind of go through that? Or I don't know how long the document is and how long that would take, but
It would take a minute.
okay. All right.
And I suppose my other question, so I don't think it's actually to staff, but the development community were very good at establishing what the cost of the impact would be on the current ordinance before us, or with their red line. What's the impact on the, I'd like to understand what the impact with their red line is on the $8,600 per house that they quoted. Is it going up? Is it going down? Is it zero?
I think that it would depend upon a particular project and the density of housing that you're building. And so that's a number that I think is trying to go for worst case scenario. And based upon, my own quick math and understanding of what a typical cost would be, like personally, I think that's very inflated. And I think that if we looked at 50 projects into the future based upon what it looks like now, based upon the development projects that we've seen in the past, if that's an indication of the next 50 larger development projects that would be subject to this, I think that 8,600 is grossly overstated.
But I just was wondering, have they zeroed out the impact fees with their red line? That was probably where my question was going.
Zeroed out?
Well, they've quoted $8,600 per house.
More in your microphone,
They've
please.
quoted $8,600 a house is what they said this ordinance was going to cost them. With their red line that they had given us today,
what's the impact on the 8,600?
Oh, gotcha. I mean, it would, so, well, I think that 8,600 for me is the wrong number to start with. Because again, one of the projects that was in our staff report showed a cost of $1,000 a unit, which is, 8,600 is 8.6 times more than that, which is a large factor larger. And so, based upon the red line, I have no idea if it would end up being $0 or $1,000 or $2,000, but if we set a false standard of 8,600 to go against, I mean, it's a wrong place to start.
I didn't set it.
Yeah.
The development community quoted the number to us. And so I was just looking at, and they've given us a red line.
So for example, like if the red line got it down to $1,000, which would be a huge improvement from 8,600. I mean, that's exactly what Genevieve showed us in the staff report as what it already costs. So, I mean, I just think I have no idea. We'd have to go through like 10 different example projects, but to me, the red line is far different than what we're seeing. And yeah, if we need time to review it, that's fine. To me, it's so different from what I think we're trying to achieve as a city that it's not relevant to me.
I just, they've given us an example of a red line. I was just trying to get a sense of
I would say like
what it
that
had.
truly study that we could all sample size 10 sites, 50 sites, you're going to get a lot of variability. So you study a lot of sites to understand.
I agree with it. And my question is, I don't know whether the 8,600 is real or not, but it's a figure that the development community has quoted us today. So I was just trying to get a sense of.
For the sake of example, I mean, I could do the math and show you where it would cost $50,000 a house. Because if you clear a whole bunch of acres and you only build back a few single family homes, I could easily say, well, this is costing me as a developer $50,000 a house. And that's right. There's nothing wrong about that statement because if that's the development I choose to build. So it's really, it's tough to hear a number from, someone who is understandably which I can relate to, frustrated by development in Kansas City. And so it's tough to hear, that and trust that it's like, of course, they're going to be incentivized to make the number worse sounding than it might actually be. And based upon the projects that we saw, and again, that's the second one that Genevieve showed us in the staff report. That's if you cleared 63 acres, redeveloped with 0.25 acre lots, and you got no mitigation from stream buffer or anything else, you're still at under $8,600. But they're right, because if you built 0.5 acre lots or 0.75 acre lots, it could cost $8,600 a house. But from what we've seen with the last dozen or so development projects that are in heavily treated areas, people are building denser and they're also adding multifamily into it. So all of a sudden you're driving the cost down to 1,000 or less in my mind, or a couple thousand or less.
Well, I think we're at a point we need to close testimony, speak amongst the commission and make a decision to move forward on this. We're at 11:25 right now, and we've been on this a long time. So
I think the big decision that I heard was whether or not the funding is going to be topically restricted, and one or the other could mix of some money or fluid. Money does ensure that the neighbors that have lost their trees do get some amount of trees back into that area. I don't know if others have thoughts on how they'd like to see that roll out, but that seems like a big question.
Unsurprised, I have a strong opinion on this. I want to clarify what I believe the difference between equity and something being equal and something being equitable. And so equal for me is there's one tree taken down in the Northland, we put one tree back. There's one tree taken down south of the river, we put one tree back. Equity for me is figuring out where's the need. And so I prefer trusting the staff and trusting the experts to determine where the need is. And if there's a really heavily treed site that has 63 acres and 20 acres of trees are left, and there's still an impact fee associated with this, or a mitigation fee, and let's just say it's $100,000, it might not make the most sense to put $100,000 worth of trees when you have a property that's surrounded by 20 acres of trees still, it might be the most advantageous for the city and for mitigating heat island effects, et cetera, to put it in a place where there are less trees. And so when I hear the word equity, I also don't think that it needs to be frozen in time. I think equity can also look backwards in time, look forwards in time. And so if we've disinvested in a certain part of our city, and what my mind is what would be equitable is to put trees where we have disinvested in that place, even if the money and the fee or the impact or the mitigation revenue is coming from somewhere else.
I have a lot of thoughts that could be summed up, but on this point, I don't really want to go in a closed session. I think there's other issues to work out, but I think we do need a clear legal understanding. Potentially they can come back after I would propose to continue it a couple more weeks. But I prefer that the legal issue on the impact fee and the clear definition by the law department be spelled out, because I'd rather not have a representative from Warrensburg legislate this in Jeff City. So I want to be very clear on what the legal issue is. So that's my take. And then we can have a discussion on that later. I'll add my thoughts real quick on the whole thing and then be quiet. I think it's disappointing again that we're hearing like the sky is falling, when if you actually read the red lines, a lot of them don't indicate that the sky is actually falling. There are some major contentious issues, but I wish that the development community would actually address those issues, not just threaten to go to Liberty. There's some clear disagreements on the fee, kind of what counts as trees, and kind of the process, and whether it's a final plat or preliminary plat, who actually gets to sign off, what additional information might be needed. I wish those were led with. You guys should hire Mr. McGrew. He's pretty good at it. And I think that I'm just not sure what we're actually debating. Like, what's the actual disagreements? The fee's too high. Okay, what should the fee be? What do you count the trees in the backyard? I just want to come back and say these are the main 3 disagreements or 4 disagreements about this ordinance, and we can make a decision based on that. I'm just not sure exactly what people want, other than just to punt it to never being decided, right? So I'd like to kind of address some of the red lines that I think that could be cleared up pretty easily. I think Mr. McGrew brought up a lot of good things about fencing, some exemptions for Superfund sites, because I know in South Kansas City there's some, and then also the mature tree credit. And I think there's some fair critiques about additional information required by staff in terms of criteria from the developers. So I would like kind of that red line to be worked out, and then we come back and address really the main issues, and then we can make a decision on those issues. But I'm not clear on what people want, other than the fee's too high or the fee's just right, and I want some more details, if that makes sense. So I'll be quiet, but that's my 2 cents.
Others feel like we should go into closed session, because I feel like
I feel like there's plenty of legal and obviously not a lawyer, legal justification for the idea that this is very different, as staff explained to us, than other impact fees. And so if we look at the intent of an impact fee and the applicability of geography, like she nailed it as to why that doesn't it isn't analogous to talk about trees in the same way as it is to talk about other things. Even streams, are vastly different. So, and I mean, those 3 points that were brought up, Superfund fights, administrative approval, I don't think are, I think that we can be a frustrating department at time, but I don't think, I wouldn't bet against city staff determining that a Superfund site should be treated differently. And so I think that nuance is built in. Fencing, I think it was answered appropriately that we should leave the fencing in because there are very few situations in which you would enclose 5 acres of land and it would have no exit. You know, we don't see a lot of developments that are keeping 5 acres and are fencing the entire 5 acres where you'd have wildlife that are stuck in there, for example. And then I think that staff also explained why the mature tree credit is in conflict legally with what they're trying to do and why that wouldn't work. So, I mean, in my mind, I'm ready to support it. I think it's been really thoughtfully done. As I've scanned through this, I either disagree with the red lines or it's been implemented, but mainly it's just, I don't disagree. I don't agree with them. I don't think that it's in the spirit of what we're trying to do.
So I feel like this is a really hard decision. I just want to acknowledge that because it's not as if either side is feeling as flippant about what the impact of this is. This does have a lot of impact on the development community. I'm of the mindset that we try to make a decision today. The only question I had was around the geographic area and whether we wanted to or designate certain areas of the districts that we think should allocate funding to. I think that from an equity standpoint, I like the idea of a little bit of a mix so that there is some fluidity and discretion by the urban foresters on where that funding should be. But I also do feel like having a fixed amount for each geographic region does ensure that we don't have inequity in certain areas that, that we want to see those growth happen where. So I'm kind of the mindset of compromising there and seeing a little bit of a hybrid. But overall, I'm supportive of the ordinance. I think that this does have a lot of impact, but it does have a tremendous amount of benefit for not only our climate goals, but also for these communities that oftentimes move to those communities because of the forest, because of the quiet surroundings, and they end up losing those trees. It's personal to me because I grew up in the outer suburbs. I witnessed that as a child and lost the play forest that I played in. And so I feel like there's something there that is really important to communities. And I want that to be maintained in all, in particular, our suburban communities that are losing those tree lines every day.
I guess for me, I don't agree with that. I think the mitigation should be defined and should be within a proximity of where the actual trees are being removed. They're providing a benefit for that area today. Once removed, you'd certainly like to put the benefit back close to where you actually had it to begin with, not some other location that's totally offsite, then they have zero benefit whatsoever. So I think it needs to be back in somewhere within a reasonable spot of where it's actually removed. That for me is the big piece on this. And then I'm still kind of curious on the number 300 that's actually used in the formula. Seems pretty high because it's on the very, very conservative end of the density of trees. I mean, I think that there was a statement made that is anywhere from 150 to 300. So we'll just use 300. Maybe there's a different way to do that. And then the last thing I'm really concerned about is the actual compliance. I know that's going to be reviewed by planning staff, but then actual in practice, once it gets out in the field, just the timing of when everything gets done, who's going to sign off on it, who's going to approve it. Do we have the staff that's available to do that? We're already taxed as we are with the staff. And so I think you're going to add more than just one person that's going to be in charge of this. It's going to be several people. And then how that gets done. So that's a concern I have is the actual compliance piece too. So I'm totally in favor of tree preservation. That's something I think we need to have. I think we've got some mitigation measures already in place as part of development. We certainly need to do a better job of preserving the trees that are already out there, especially when we add something new. But I like where we're going with this, but I think there's still some things that need to be looked at and tweaked before it becomes a final deal. I doubt we're going to get it solved here. It may take the next level up to address all of that. So I'm kind of in agreement. Let's see it go. On a very, very separate note, since it is past 11 o'clock, we will have lunch, and after this case concludes, we will take our lunch, and that will be at least a half an hour. So anybody that's here for docket item 2 and beyond, we will hear those after we return from lunch, so that lunch at, just looking at it now, I'm assuming we won't wrap this up until at least a quarter till or so. It would be 12:15 to 12:30 before we come back and hear the rest of our cases. So if those of you want to go ahead and get a early start on getting lunch, I would suggest you do that. So that's all I have right now.
I don't think it's ready to be voted on.
I could barely hear you. I think
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think it's ready to be voted on today. Not for me anyway. I think there's too many that are still left up in the air.
I mean, so understand that, respect that. Clearly, multiple people share that opinion. I read this last night and felt very personally comfortable with how many questions I had. I had a list of questions from the last time we heard this, and I was very impressed with how many of the questions were answered. And it is about simplicity. It is about a lot of concessions. Again, I think it's kind of ridiculous that we're giving a credit back for stream buffer, but that was a concession that they all decided to make. And I really like the idea of being able to trust our staff with the administrative approval. And that really is a pretty big catch-all. They outlined a lot of things. It was amazing that we have, a lot of people who don't like this and experts here. And the one thing that they didn't think about was a Superfund site, which again, I would say, well, it's actually already captured the way that this was written, because we do have a way to address the things that we couldn't foresee. Experts and arborists can decide what should be done. On the 300 caliper inches, the way I've thought about this, I think this room is probably 50 feet by 100 feet as a really rough approximation, which would be 5,000 square feet. An acre is 40,000 square feet. So you could fit 8 of these rooms into an acre. And if you have 10 trees that need to fit into that space, if you take 300 caliper inches divided by 10, you get 10 30-inch trees. You would need less than 2 in this room to qualify based upon 300. And in that mindset, I think it's, again, reasonable, if not generous. And so I think that the way I read this is a whole lot of good work's been done to make this as easy as possible for people to comply, for it to be something that, again, staff is asking applicants to do the parts that applicants should do. As we heard today from a lot of people who are very concerned citizens, we didn't go far enough, and we should be working way harder to not allow people to build in areas that are heavily forested. The reason I can't agree with that is just because when someone might have bought that land 10 years ago, they didn't realize that there's going to be some huge burden. And so, again, I think that it's like, I'm surprised at, in one way, how watered down this is already. And the way I felt, again, I love the development community. I felt that they just tried to come in here and muddy stuff up to confuse us so that it would take longer and throw out numbers that are not relevant. And it doesn't cost $80,000 more to build a house today. It just doesn't. And so, like, if people come in with concise points, we could have been more productive. And when someone comes in and just tries to make things difficult, then I have no interest in just slowing down the process to acknowledge that effort.
So my take is we don't have the processes lined out. Things of how you would manage the fee if you collected them. There's things that are still not within the ordinance.
It isn't.
But I haven't read it. Remember, I said I hadn't read it. I'm catching up. So for me today, I'm saying no, that it needs to be discussed and clarified. And I want it written because as staff changes, as council people changes, the interpretation, if it's not written, comes to their interpretation. I would be better served to know that I've got something in writing that everybody can then discuss and debate, as opposed to depending on staff and council.
Yeah, this is one of the more philosophical things that I personally struggle with. I often talk about my role here as someone who's submitted applications through this body or through this process multiple times. And often we ask things or delay things that I think we don't understand what the impact is. And it's easy for us to say, I'm not comfortable right now. I want to wait 2 weeks. And sometimes that's the right decision. Oftentimes it's the right decision. But I think sometimes we forget how much of an impact this process has and how much we can slow things down. I don't want to speed up something that's going to affect a lot of people or a lot of money or something like that. But I do feel personally a strong sense of obligation to, and I realize it's a unique situation for you. So I don't mean to be, saying relative to you because you weren't in the last one, but I feel a strong obligation to come having fully read, fully understand what's in here, and having fully read it and understand it to the best of my ability. I feel it's my responsibility to say, yes, this is good. And I can't come up with something else. We just heard from a lot of people who would like to hear something else and nothing swayed me. And so that's why I think that it's our responsibility to move along the process and keep on going.
Yes,
Yeah.
you speak clearly in your mic.
I will try to speak clearly in the microphone. No, I'm supportive of the ordinance. We're never going to have anything perfect. We're not. And that's just going to be the way it is. But my view is we don't pass something, we don't try it, then we'll never know. And Commissioner Beasley, I understand your view. I do have an issue with the equity part. I do think needs to be some of it needs to be in the region where we take down trees, but also I think there's other areas of equity that we need to put in and plant trees. So I want to have that flexibility, but I think there needs to be some portion tied to where we're taking the trees down as well. So that would be the only thing I would be looking to change from today through to when the council passes it. But I'm supportive. I'm ready to vote.
Somebody want to make a motion, please?
Yes. I motion to approve docket item 1 without conditions.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1 without conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
No, and I just again want to state my no vote is based on where the funding goes. I think the 300 needs to be looked at again, and I think the compliance and how it's going to be reviewed needs to also be looked at. So that's why my vote is a no on this.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion then passes 5-2 for the ordinance to go forward. Thank you, everybody, for your time. So at this time, it is 11:45. We need to take at least a half an hour lunch, and we'll be back here, let's say 12:15 to 12:20.
I don't even know if it's here.
You ready? I'll wait till I hear it.
Oh, she already did it.
Well, she said already recording in process. Okay, so it is 12:23 right now. Let's go ahead and reconvene our meeting. As we're moving right along in our docket today, let's go with docket item number 2, please.
All right, docket item 2 is case number CPC 2023-00005. Request to amend chapter 88, the zoning and development code as it pertains to 88-53354 medical marijuana facilities, as well as 88-805 use groups and categories, and 88-810 definitions to allow for comprehensive marijuana facilities as authorized by the Missouri Constitution. So in the staff report, I'm the planner that will be presenting the information in the staff report to you. I will summarize the language that's been written. And then Sarah can maybe answer any questions you might have about, if you have any questions about why it was written the way it is, she would probably be better prepared to answer those. So the first main thing that we're trying to do here is to bring the language in chapter 88 in line with the language in the Missouri Constitution, which continues as it has with medical marijuana, will continue to require a separation distance for marijuana facilities and between marijuana facilities and daycares for children and churches as defined by the state, which generally is consistent with how we define religious assembly in our code. The next thing that it does is the ordinance for medical marijuana requires ventilation systems for facilities so as to present the presence of odor detectable to a person with a normal sense of smell at the property line. We are proposing to delete that just because of the enforcement challenge of that. I don't believe that's a state regulation or constitutional thing. And then the third point is that we are changing the definitions to match the names and some of the text of the definition themselves to match the state terminology now, with recreational marijuana being legal. The term used by the state is comprehensive marijuana facilities, comprehensive marijuana cultivation facility, comprehensive marijuana dispensary, and comprehensive infused products manufacturing facility. The fourth thing is that we're also amending the definition of research service as it pertains to for the testing use itself. Currently, for medical marijuana testing, that falls under medical office in the zoning code. But since my understanding is the state does not distinguish between medical and non-medical anymore from a testing perspective, so it would need to fall under a different use. And we've decided that research service use is what fits it most closely. And then the final thing is to remove the term marijuana from the or the word medical from marijuana testing facility, medical marijuana testing facility. And that is the summary of the text as I understand it.
Okay, any questions for staff?
Can I just, which Sarah sent out an ordinance, revised ordinance yesterday. Which one are we voting on?
Well, I was asked to draft an ordinance for Councilman Barnes, and so I did that, and it was docketed Thursday. But prior to that, Joe sent out a staff report, and his ordinance that he just went over in his staff report includes a few differences from the ordinance that is going to be on the docket Wednesday. So I think I highlighted the two primary differences in the email last night are the two items that Joe just mentioned. One, regarding removing the odor as a ordinance violation. I think that staff is concerned that's going to be tough for them to enforce. That's currently in the code as it exists today with the medical marijuana provision. So that would be a change from our current policy. And then the other change that city planning is recommending is that we move the testing facilities from medical office to research. I mean, from a legal standpoint, I think those are fine changes. So it's really up to you to decide if you agree with those. And then you can recommend that council add those changes to the ordinance tomorrow at MPD. And then we could present that as a committee sub if that's what you decide.
Yeah, I got no problem. I just was wondering which one we're voting on because there's minor differences in them. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say most of the other differences are non-substantive issues.
Right.
Those are really the biggest policy differences.
So moving into research versus office is just, I'm guessing because there's less traffic for like in and out between those facilities. Is that kind of the basis of that recommendation?
Well, I believe that the law department, and it makes sense just on paper too, to not call it a medical office if it's not for medical purposes strictly. It could be misleading to people. So we determined in our department that it makes sense we have to figure out where we would classify it, and research service makes the most sense to us when you read the definition of testing versus what our definition in the code of research service is, which I can pull up if.
No, this is one of those things where it's like, it's one of these emerging industries where we don't really have like a set thing. It's like, it's kind of urban agriculture, but it's interior agriculture. And like, what does that look like? So I think I'm fine with research. I just was wondering kind of the reason behind that.
Yeah. And to be clear, like we didn't, in the last time when we did this for medical marijuana, we assigned the individual facility types that the state identifies as specific uses that already existed in our code. We didn't create new uses for it. And we're not in this case either. We're just letting you know that that's the only one that would be changing. The medical marijuana cultivation is still crop agriculture, like the new comprehensive cultivation is still crop agriculture in our code. The dispensaries were considered to be like a pharmacy, which is a retail sales use in our code. The same is true today. It would just be retail sales. The only one that's really changing in terms of how we classify it is the testing facility.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it is allowed, the research service use is allowed in pretty much all the same districts that the medical office is. So in terms of an effect it has on the ground would be very minimal, if any at all. If there are any at all that would be affected, there may be zero.
Any other questions from the commission?
I only got one more. Why did school is 700 feet, daycare 300 feet? What was your thoughts on there?
Is that a state level thing, Sarah?
No, the Constitution, the default in the Constitution is 1,000-foot separation. And this is just what our council decided when we adopted the medical regulations. Honestly, it was several years ago. I'm not sure why it was different, but that was the issue where there was the most testimony when we adopted the medical regulations was with those buffer zones. So.
I guess one thing after I received Sarah's email, I was very curious about enforcement of this because we're not obviously the first to do this. And it sounds like California and Colorado that they have had a lot of issues with overturn. And it sounds like they've come up with some pretty robust, like maybe robust is not the right word because I don't think it requires a lot enforcement mechanisms, including some technology that allows you to do it objectively. It's not just smell test, right? So I just was curious if that was anything that you all explored, just understanding what other folks who have done this in the past, how they've addressed it. Because one of the concerns I read with these other examples is that people would wake up in the morning and they would smell it in their own houses, where they even walk. That for sure. That's there.
I think it would take more time and research to figure that out. There just hasn't been the opportunity to do that, to figure out whether there's a more objective method of doing it than the current ordinance would clear. It states a person with a reasonable sense of smell. So that's the issue I have with it. If there is a tool that we could measure at the property line, then it certainly would be a little bit more easier to enforce it. And also part of the concern that I have is just that there's going to be more complaints now that it's not just for medical purposes. If we have a standard like that in there, I just see us having a complaint that we have to follow up on that we really can't. So that's my main concern.
Okay, any other questions for staff? So with that, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
I don't see anyone in the chamber and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. And anything else to discuss? Otherwise, I'll take a motion, please.
Move to approve docket item 2 without conditions.
Second. So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes in 7-0. Let's go on to docket item number 3, please.
All right, docket item 3 is case number SUP 2022-00058. A request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental in District R 1.5 on about 1 acre located at 331 West 77th. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you. Bear with me.
Yeah, there's always something in there.
Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. Okay, can you see the full extent of the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so as Joe mentioned, we're going to be talking about 331 West 77th Street. The site is zoned R 1.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit for a short-term rental. The site is located in the Waldo portion of Kansas City, Missouri. And this is a Google Street View of the subject site. So this yellow home that you can see my cursor around is the site in question. It is on a corner lot. Now, for some context, this is an example of the type of adjacent owner consent that a quote unquote stereotypical short-term rental would need to seek. Per our code, 55% of the adjacent neighbors need to consent to a short-term rental. If you can see by the example on the screen, when a site is located quote unquote, again, stereotypically on a grid, there are quite a few options of homes that you could receive this consent. In this case, due to the unique shape of the lot, the property owner only has 2 neighbors which are residentially zoned. So they can get 50% or 100%. And the requirement is that 55% of the adjoining neighbors, again, sign for their consent of the STR to be located on the subject site. Since this property owner only has received 1 signature, the one to the south of the property, the other neighbor is a multifamily building that they've not been able to contact. They are not able to receive 55% of the neighbor's consent. So thus they are here seeking the special use permit. The approved criteria for a special use permit in regards to a STR is listed on the screen. Not many items are as applicable to a short-term rental review except for number D, which I will go over. We do believe that an STR in this location is compatible with the surrounding area because the impacts of an STR at the site are pretty compatible with the existing land use. So for example, if you think about the type of traffic or number of people that could be on the site, if it were a standard property owner for a family or a rental property, or even compared to the multifamily use next door, an STR is pretty comparable with those things. And of course, the STR is subject to development compliance investigation for any violations related to standards related to an STR, more people than over 8, parties, etc. Thus, city staff recommends approval subject to conditions. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and that concludes my staff report. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Anna on this?
I have a question. Is that about 1 acre or about 1 acre?
It's very small. It's like 0.03 acres.
Any other questions? Okay, is the applicant available?
Jane Kuhn is being promoted.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for allowing some time on the agenda to discuss my case. I'd be happy to share a little bit more information about myself and this particular circumstance, if that is suitable.
Yes, please do. We'd kind of like to hear about the operation and maintenance and who's going to take care of the home.
Certainly. I have just a few very quick slides as a visual here. So I purchased this home in the fall to be closer to my family. I work remotely, so I'm able to spend significant time visiting with them from this home, but I'd like to be able to rent it out when I'm not there. One piece of clarification that I'd just like to share is that the apartment complex on the east side, you can kind of see in this photo, I have been able to get a signature from the owner of the apartment complex. The residence to the south is owned by the Housing Authority of Casey Mo, and 3 months of outreach and just haven't been able to get a reply. So essentially, I am here because of a communication problem, but not for lack of neighborhood support. I can hop back to this slide and answer your question around management. I will manage all administration and communication. My brother and sister-in-law live just about a mile away and will manage trash, repairs, emergencies, that sort of thing. And I also have a realtor friend next door who helps as like backup on the ground support. And cleaning will be provided by a small team. The primary cleaner lives in the neighborhood, and the benefit here is that there is a small team. So there's support if that individual cannot make it. Lastly, I'll just share a few photos of what it looks like inside to give you a little glimpse. And ultimately, I would be requesting a longer, like 10-year special use permit, particularly given that this circumstance is kind of misclassified, or almost that the time and money required for the special use permit process feels disproportionate to this particular circumstance. Additionally, the house operating as a short-term rental is cohesive with both present and future development plans for the neighborhood. And I certainly would meet all short-term rental permit requirements, including the annual renewal for that annual touch point with the city. So I will pause there and welcome any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions from the commission?
Ask them how are they fire their tenant.
You get you a microphone.
I wasn't loud enough.
No.
How will you obtain your tenants? That's one of the questions we usually ask.
I'm sorry, how will I what the tenants?
Will you acquire your tenants?
Oh, acquire them. Yes, I will post on Airbnb and VRBO.
Have house guidelines and stuff as well for them to follow?
Absolutely. Yes. Quiet hours, maximum tenant occupancy of 8, or actually 6, because this is a 3-bedroom, and quiet hours, the city quiet hours.
Do you have any idea what the site just north of you is KCMO School District? Do you have any idea what the plans are for that? Maybe others here do.
Yeah, I've been listening in on open sessions that they've had for the neighborhood. It's my understanding that there are no definitive plans. I know that the school district is reassessing, for lack of a better word, the schools it has open and needing to open some new ones. It doesn't seem likely that they would develop on that site. It sounds like there's interest from the Waldo Library to expand and move to that site. There would be additional uses there as well, but that is all open discussion and from what I understand at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Do you mind stop sharing your screen now?
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Any thoughts about the length of time on a special use permit? Right now it's stating 3, bumping it up. What do we typically do, Joe? Is it always 3?
We've typically done between 2 and 5 years if we've done it. I think there's only been a couple that had a longer term limit than that, but we have done that before where it's longer.
I'd be okay with 5, especially since she's planning to live part-time in the unit. I don't want to do the 10 because I know we're having lots of conversations about Airbnbs, and I'd like a lot of these to come back, hopefully not before us all the time. But I do think that there's a larger conversation happening, and I don't want to do 10 years.
Okay.
5 sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. So this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
I don't see anyone in the chamber. No one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Kuhn?
No, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll take a motion, please.
Move to approve docket item 3 with conditions changing the time limit to 5 years.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3 and changing, was that number 2?
Sure.
Condition, let's see, what is it? Yeah, condition 2 from 3 years to 5 years. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please? She's still there?
Yep, I'm sorry, it didn't unmute. Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Corral?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes in 7-0. We appreciate you bringing that in and good luck as you move forward. Okay, let's go ahead and go to docket item number 5, please.
All right, case number SUP 2022-00002. Request to approve a special use permit to allow for a gas station in District B1-1 on about a third of an acre at 11511 Blue Ridge Boulevard. Jared Clements is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, commissioners. One second here. Before us, we have docket item number 5. This is case number CDSUP 2022-00002. The location is 11511 Blue Ridge Boulevard. Zoning district is B1-1. As Joe mentioned, it's a special use permit for a gasoline and fuel sales business on roughly 1 acre. It is worth mentioning that staff, since publishing staff reports, staff did receive 2 letters in opposition to this request. They can be found on Compass KC under the public comment document.
Can you summarize those, please?
They had concerns with the types of development coming into the area. One was from a concerned citizen and one was from a nearby neighborhood organization. I could pull those up after this and quickly look through them and summarize them for you. The main points were the development type and the proximity of other gas stations, if I recall correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So this is the location of the subject site. It's within the boundaries of the Hickman Mills area plan. More specifically, it's at the corner of Holiday Drive and Blue Ridge Boulevard, just south of Longview Road. Also, it's just worth noting that the site boundary shown here on our parcel viewer will change slightly. A minor subdivision is also being pursued as a part of this project. The I guess you could say northeast line of the property here will expand basically to this drive line, and the southeast will also expand somewhat to make it 1 acre. You can see the site plan here showing those expansions. Also part of the proposal, they'll be removing one of the access points that was on Blue Ridge Boulevard close to the intersection. And they will place the building facing Blue Ridge Boulevard with the gas pumps in between. These are just some architectural elevations of the building. The applicant did make changes to their proposal based on staff comments to include more architectural features and ornamentation, and include some windows on the back of the building just for some safety concerns, so that wasn't just an area that was completely unobserved. This is the landscaping plan provided by the applicant showing the vehicular use area and the perimeter of which being screened. And these are the special use permit approval criteria, which staff finds to be in compliance, finds the application to be in compliance. And with that, I recommend approval subject to conditions and conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Can you, I guess, look for those 2 letters? Just, does anybody want to see them or not? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure thing. Let me pull them up really quickly.
Any questions from the commission to city staff?
Had an active strip mall behind it.
I'm not sure of how many tenants are in the strip mall, but I do believe that there are some. I can pull up Google Street View.
Is there a consideration on how many gas stations are in the area / along that same street?
In the zoning and development code, or I think it's within your purview to think about that. I think there's no standard for gas stations in the zoning and development code or any distance requirements like that.
Okay.
Okay, I do have those comment letters pulled up. Find my Zoom window. Go, and I'll share my screen. So this is the letter from the Southern Communities Coalition. Let's see, this first paragraph has to do with gas stations and emissions. This is describing the climate emergency and how there's a resolution that City Council passed, declaring that emergency was happening. So the Southern Communities Coalition is sort of a emissions-based oppositional letter, and also some locational stuff having to do with the proximity to other gas stations, and some concerns about a local grocery store that they, I think, have fears will be in competition with it after that, if it should be approved. And the second letter from an individual is similar in the concerns about the grocery store and the proximity of other gas stations. If you'd like, I can leave it up on the screen for you to read, or we can move on, whatever you'd prefer.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Sure thing.
All right, any other questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's welcome the applicant.
Good afternoon. My name is
Yeah.
Khaled Bande. I'm with Camp Design, with the designers of this project. This has been a vacant lot for many, many years, sir, and the owner is of the gas station is the owner of the mall, substrip mall, also the behind it, and he's trying to make it. He has a lot of tenants now, but there are 3-4 spaces still vacant, and he's trying to make it look good. And for that reason, he wants to put in, and he has done a study for that, that the gas station is a viable project over there. It's, I mean, improvements coming to that site, sir.
Any questions for the applicant?
Just got the normal one. Are you expecting to sell any liquor from the?
No, no liquors.
Anticipate accommodating EV charging station.
I didn't hear you well.
Do you anticipate accommodating EV charging stations for electric vehicles?
We were proposing a car wash with it initially with it, but hopefully he will do it in next time. Yeah, we had 2 stations for that. Chargers.
Any other questions? Okay, so at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and you'll be called upon.
I don't see anyone in the chamber wishing to speak, and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add at this time?
Thank you. No.
Okay, thank you.
Clarify something. It says car wash and gas, express stop and car wash. So you're doing the car wash at the same time?
It would be phase second. For the timing, he's going with the gas station only, and later on, because the traffic study was also done on the basis of the car wash load also. So it's by the traffic study also suggested that it is okay to have a gas station and a car wash over there. But for the time being, we're proposing only the gas station.
If I could add, this proposal and this special use permit is just for a gas station. Approving this will not approve a car wash. They would need to come back to do a car wash use here as well. As initially proposed, this project included a car wash portion, which was removed in later phases. That's why the original legal ad, which is somehow what was on the docket, which is my mistake, still reads that there's a car wash attached, but there's no car wash on the plans.
Okay. With that, I'll take a motion unless we got something to discuss.
I'll just be a no because there's multiple gas stations along that road and next door. I just don't think we should have more gas stations currently.
I would agree, and I would just say that that's bolstered by the neighborhood testimony that we received. So it's going to be a no.
I'll be supporting it, but I do think that based upon the number of similar conversations we have regarding this use, I would encourage you two and others to push for something, because I do think it would be nice to have more considerations made for gas station uses. Right now, I have a really hard time saying no to an applicant because I don't feel well enough equipped. But if there was a better sense of a more comprehensive approach as to like why we limit them and how, I would love to see that, because it would make me feel that I could do a better job of doing what I think the community wants, because clearly it's profitable, or the business owner believes it's profitable to put a gas station here, and that's what's dictating it, as opposed to what the city thinks it wants.
think there's an extra level of scrutiny because it comes with a hazardous material on site, and our city has been pretty terrible in its history of being able to deal with certain gas stations that have gone obsolete. And so I'm very sensitive to putting too many in without thinking carefully about it. And I think also the quality that comes from gasoline station challenge, it's also starting to be more and more an obsolete technology. So not that I have an issue with gas stations, but to continue to build them in existing neighborhoods. Question whether that's building to a need or building to just compete with.
I'm in support of the project. The area is just, it's not, there's been nothing there on this site for a long time. I think it's a nice development to put there, and so I think I'm going to support it.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 5 with conditions.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Allender, Baker,
No.
Beasley,
No.
Corral,
Yes.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
No.
Okay, so it looks like the motion fails 3-4.
Opposed. I think it was 4 to
Opposed
3.
the project, yes.
I thought it was 4-3 approved, 4 approved.
So we had 1, 2, 3 as a yes on approval of it, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 on no.
Motion was to approve and there are 4 votes against it and 3 for it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, I only have 3 that said no.
Yeah.
Who was, I have Baker, Beasley, and Sadowski. Who was the other person?
Allender.
Allender.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It was 4-3 refused, or
I'm sorry.
what was the roll call?
Their recommendation is denial. So that's what the Board of Zoning Adjustment will receive.
Go to the putting in like this.
Well, yeah. Jared can brief you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on to docket item number 6, please.
All right, docket item 6 is case number CPC 2022-00218, a request to approve a non-residential development plan for a 104-room hotel on 4 acres at Northwest Plaza Circle and Interstate 29. Andy Clark is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Hello. You've been waiting a long time to get here, haven't you?
Full of excitement.
Okay.
Share my screen here. Before you, as Joe mentioned, is docket number 6. It's a development plan, non-residential, up by the airport at 11732 Northwest Plaza Circle. As I mentioned, it is right off I-29, just south of Cookingham and directly east of the airport. As you can see here, it is right before the off-ramp onto Cookingham Drive as you approach the new airport and existing airport.
Terminal. New terminal, they'll yell at you.
New terminal,
Yes.
excuse me. As you can see here, the site has served as a parking area for many years. It's about 4 acres. And then, as you can see here on the right, I wanted to highlight, this is one of the last things that you will see on your way to the new terminal, and possibly one of the first things you see when leaving the new terminal to come into the city. Here's the site plan for the 4-story hotel. It'll be 104 rooms. It's an Atwell Suites. Staff did condition, it's condition number 7, that we receive a revised landscape plan. The applicant made a note that the existing parking lot landscaping is to remain. When you do a major amendment to a development plan, you have to comply with our landscape code. So I need them to prove that the existing parking area does indeed comply with 88-425. The proposed landscape plan for the northern part that will be developed is good to go. It does comply. Condition number 9 is related to the building material. As I said, this is one of the first things that you will see and one of the last things you will see when going to our new terminal. And with the KCI area plan from 2009, it considers I-29 as a gateway, which makes sense. As you saw, the main artery. And it does call out that large buildings be of high quality materials such as stone, cast stone, tile, and or masonry. And then also if it's a large scale building that have visible landscape features or incorporate some unique architectural features. So that is what staff is asking for, not to get rid of all of the EFS, but to reduce the amount. Staff has been working with the applicant. Here's a rendering of, I believe, the Atwell prototype. In black is brick, and we do have glass, but everything else is EFS. So when you're driving down the highway, you're not really going to see the ground level brick or glass. Staff is also still working with the applicant on the orientation of the building. I will show you in the elevations. This morning, as we were waiting for this case to be heard, we did receive a revised rendering from the project team of using a variety of colors for the facade, but it's still overall large massing of EFS, and the area plan calls for high quality materials. Staff is also suggesting that we ask for some high quality materials or some interesting architecture because of the amount of public money that has gone into the new terminal. This area, they're benefiting from a public investment. The public should benefit on the private side. I also wanted to highlight in yellow here is all of the EFS being proposed. I did not run the math, but I would say that's probably 85% EFS. So staff is recommending approval with conditions that we receive a revised landscape plan and revised elevations prior to ordinance request and final approval from council. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions for city staff?
I have one. It mentioned that the brick and glass would not be visible from the system. But just the top 2 floors, right, would be able.
Roughly, I was trying to use my creativity to try to figure out what I will see from the highway. We didn't receive a rendering to really know, but if you look at the building just to the north, you can't really see the ground floor of the existing hotel. So, and we're not asking for all stone, all brick. We're just asking for something more interesting and not just the simple prototype, and higher quality building materials as the area plan calls for.
So condition number 9 is so the developer shall submit revised building elevations showing a reduction in the current proposed amount of EFS prior to ordinance request. So in that situation, I mean, you wrote the condition, right? And so you're comfortable with it not having a qualitative number associated with it. So if you all, let's say they changed it a little bit, but not as much as you'd like, can the applicant still push their project through to council?
I've worked on a case that was a project plan only, and I did actually state 50% shall be reduced, just so they could start the building permit process. So the CPC, that's why I wanted to bring it to you for your recommendation of how this should be addressed. I just took my what I read from the area plan and the investment in the airport. I think the applicant would probably like to proceed. So if there is a specific number that everyone could agree upon, or an architectural feature that everyone could agree upon, then we could revise that condition.
Well, I guess my question is, like, I prefer it to be more broad in general, if you feel that that works usually, but is there a situation in which they can say, well, I followed the intent of the condition and you're still upset with it, but then you are like, well, he did, so all right, let's keep going. Like, I think it really comes up the most with when we say we recommend someone to look into green infrastructure and they're like, oh, I looked. You're like, well, did you? And then they're like, well, let's keep on going. I told you I looked. You don't have any teeth in this, so let's keep going.
Right.
Yes, they can. We typically recommend that when we think we can get there with the customer. And they're just trying to stay on track timing wise and don't want to resubmit before planning commission. They want to see what you guys think and if you agree with us. But with that said, even if we get specific, they can, if they insist on us introducing an ordinance, or if they get a council member to sponsor one, they don't have to, anything we say prior to ordinance request, it only matters if we're the ones doing the ordinance, if the council sponsors it.
And similarly, in that situation, you know, if you felt that someone, to use a different example besides this, but didn't operate in good faith and didn't really look into green infrastructure, you could just, as part of your presentation to city council, just say, and we don't think the applicant fully did what they promised they would do here.
Right. That's just our job, is to make the recommendation.
Okay, great.
And again, the applicant, I've really worked well with the architect out of Colorado, explaining that we don't have design guidelines that are codified, but the area plan is pretty bold that we want better looking buildings along I-29.
My first thought is just EPIS number 3 should be a higher quality material. I don't know what percentage that is, but that seems like the place where it could be improved. And not that EPIS can't be on the facade, but that seems like the more prominent plane of materials. And maybe that's a metal panel, maybe that's brick, whatever they think, but that would be my thought. I don't necessarily need to dictate that, but that might give you an idea of what percentage I think makes sense.
And staff did offer just a piece of art or something, some sort of fenestration,
Yeah, for sure.
just something to break up the monotony.
Yeah.
Maybe we can hear what the applicant has to say about it, I guess. So if the applicant's available, can they join the meeting?
They are here.
Good
Or
afternoon.
virtually.
Steve Warger, 6127 Northwest Pine Ridge Circle, Parkville, Missouri. I'm the project engineer representing the developers and owners. And like Mr. Clark had said, I know the architect. I'm nowhere near an architect, but they've been working together to try and make some changes. I think we're getting there. I know we still have a little process because we've done a couple of things with them, but I think we can reach that. I just wanted to point out also that that entrance and all that would be closer to the highway than I think the rendering that you saw was kind of maybe gave an impression it was reversed, but I believe it's closer to the highway, but we'll confirm that. But we'll work with staff to try and get to a point that's makes everybody maybe not happy, but make it work.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, so at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone in the audience wishing to speak and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Warger?
We're in agreement with the other conditions.
Okay. All right, any thoughts or discussion on this? Yes.
Okay.
I'll take a motion then.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item number 6 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6 with conditions as stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Henders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes then 7-0 for approval of docket item number 6. Okay, last but not
Thank
least, looks like we're sitting here on docket item number 7, please. Thanks for your patience as we work our way to this one.
Docket item 7 is case number CPC 2022-00174. Request to approve a rezoning from District UR Urban Redevelopment to District UR Urban Redevelopment and approving an amended preliminary development plan to allow for a mixed-use residential apartment complex of approximately 300 units on 1 acre at 400 Main Street. This application also acts as a preliminary plat for the property. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner.
Good afternoon. I will get the presentation pulled up in just 1 second. All right. So as Joe mentioned, this is case number CD CPC 2022-00174 for the City Harvest Development at 400 Main. The lot is located in the greater downtown area. As you can see, it is currently being used as a parking lot, but used by the public and by the KC River Market tenants. All surrounding properties, including the property that we're looking at today, are located in a District UR. The River Market building is immediately east. City Market Park is north. There's additional parking to the south, and then a mixture of commercial and residential uses to the west. And here's just a closer view. The subject property highlighted in yellow shows where approximately where the building will be, and then the plans that you'll be looking at include the access all the way up to 3rd Street to the east of City Market Park. So here is the site plan. Access is from 5th Street on Main Street, and the alley are both right in, right out. And then as you hit 4th Street, it becomes a one-way, mainly focused for loading for the KC River Market tenants and fire access. And that exit is a right out. The applicant is proposing 300 residential units, amenities, and ground level retail and office space. They're proposing 307 parking spaces, 41 of which will be commercial, and 28 additional parking spaces along Main Street. They're also proposing a range of apartment sizes. So there'll be micro apartments from about 350 square feet to about 1,100 square feet. And a portion of those will be provided for affordable housing. And there's a breakdown in the staff report of kind of what was proposed and accepted by the city when the request for proposal was approved. This is their proposed landscaping plan. As you can see, it's focused on 5th Street, Main Street, and right along City Market. There is no landscaping proposed along the western side of the building. Staff agrees that due to the retaining wall along the west side of the lot, that nothing would survive there. So we're okay with not having landscaping provided there. They're also proposing an amenity deck that will have a lot of landscaping proposed, so that will be provided in lieu of landscaping on the ground floor. They're also located in the streetcar area, so no parking is required from them because we're looking to kind of push for that public transportation in that area. Here are some elevations. As you can see, there's a lot of
cast in place concrete, anodized aluminum glazing, corrugated metal panels, and composite panel grid. There's also large amounts of concrete on the east, west, and north elevations. This does not match the character of the River Market area as it's surrounded by brick buildings with varying architectural features. Here's the proposed rendering, and you can get a better look there at the ground floor proposals. And then this blown up section is just showing what the patterns look like, just a little closer view for you to take a look at. Staff is working with the applicant, and there is a condition that has been requested to be revised. And I'll let them talk to you about that, about working with maybe providing the first 3 floors or just updating those lower levels of the building to better match the surrounding area. Just so that you can get a look, here is the view from 3rd Street. And then as you can see the cars all the way in the back, that's the lot. Here's the lot from 5th Street, and you can see the retaining wall along the west side. And just so you can look at Main Street, this will be the access for fire and loading as well. And I do want to mention that they will continue to work with the Kansas City Streetcar Authority. There's some OCS polls for the extension that they need to work out. And as of the publication of the staff report, the FAA approval has not been received, but I'll let them confirm that as well. And then there were 7 pieces of public comment that were received after the publication of the staff report. Those were uploaded to Compass KC and then handed out at the beginning of the meeting. And most of them talk about the decrease in parking for the KC tenants, KC River Market tenants, excuse me, and the using the park as a staging area for construction, hoping that that won't happen. And I believe the building height as well. That's the end of my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for city staff?
Go back to the rendering that showed the street frontage a little. Was that 4th Street or was that?
I believe this is
That's
5th Street.
The street.
Looking north, yeah.
Is there a reason why we try to match everything? Is that just in city code?
There's language in the future land use, the greater downtown area plan, that they use construction materials that match what's already there, and that it's of high quality. That's where the
Okay, so it's there. I don't know if I agree with it always, but
Can you explain, probably something I should have a better understanding of, but when the city sends out an RFP, who evaluates and how much guidance is given, and like what process has already been gone through for this one to be accepted, or for this proposal to be accepted?
that might be a question for Joe.
I don't know.
I was gonna say, I don't know what the process is like. I'll let you talk
We can
about
talk
that.
to that a little bit, if I may. Yeah, so this was actually a joint venture between Port KC and KC Mo back in 2019. The idea being that they wanted to look for a higher and better use for this parking lot that's right next to the city market. And so actually Port KC ran this RFP with support from KC Mo, who owned the lot. There were 5 members of the selection committee. So one was a staff member from Port KC. There was a board member selected by the mayor from Port KC's board. There was a city staff member. I have 2 more, and I knew I was going to ask.
Do you know what department the city staff member was from?
I don't know. They were selected by the city manager. And then there was a member from the River Market Community Association and a member from the City Market Oversight Committee. So that was the selection committee.
You don't happen to have the original RFP, do you? Or anything about that overview or the highlight? I'm just
not on my
curious because a lot of the, things that people are concerned about, I would just like to know if it's like, well, yeah, we're answering the RFP and that helps a lot. Or if it did call out for like, we want to activate this street and we want to have parking for the public that's still there. Like, it'd just be nice to know if we.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it's basically like most of these RFPs are conforming with the plans. I'm guessing that there's a lot of transit orient development language in that RFP, those type of things. I don't have it. I read it in 2019, but I don't remember it.
Well, the reason I was asking about the rendering is just because you have commercial space on that side. So I imagine that bottom level is active. It's glazing. Okay. I just wasn't clear from the rendering if that's what we were seeing.
No, so here on the south side of the lot, let me get here, right here. I believe that's the commercial use, and then over here to the north, that's the leasing office. So both sides are activated.
So I may have missed it. Is there any parking involved with this development?
So the first, there's I didn't show it, but this is the parking that's proposed, and there's also additional parking along Main Street as well. That's reserved for the Kansas City River Market.
Does that meet code?
There's no parking requirement.
Yeah, there's no parking requirements.
And it's 1-to-1, I think, right? At least.
It's the residential parking we have set aside is 0.79 per unit.
Okay.
And the fire department did approve order or access point that was not quite as wide, as long as the loading areas were striped and with signage. And so that was approved.
How many parking spots were currently?
We had a couple of different community meetings, and both times that I said a number, somebody from the community corrected me. So we're it's a big lot. And depending on who's counting them, I think there's like 106.
Okay.
So I've totally confused myself. I keep saying 400 Madison. Across the bridge past Planter C. I've got the city market, and I know there's parking lot Arabia, and then there's a parking lot on the west side of City Market. Where am I? Where is this?
We're on the west side.
You're on the west side.
It's on the west side parking lot?
Yeah,
Mhm.
right next to Minsky's.
Right.
So where am I supposed to park when I kept saying, no, that can't be it. That's where it is for real, that parking lot.
A really large retaining wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going up the hill.
And this Fourth Street part might confuse you because at that point, it's a pedestrian road. Cars don't go through there on Fourth at that point.
From a staff perspective, what's the planning around parking down in, there is none? Take that out. Lovely.
We don't have, generally speaking, in this area of the city, there's the highest transit access of anywhere in the city, the way we see it. So we don't have an opinion that there needs to be more parking. We know other people have different opinions. I can tell that other people, but from a planning perspective, if there's an area of the city that doesn't need to be required to provide parking, it's this.
So before we hear from the public, it's safe to assume roughly 60 parking spots will stay open to the public. And we're probably losing about 100 public spots.
Yeah, we have, see if I have that total number here. We have 28 that we're creating on the right of way. So those are our parking spots that once we create them, they're out of our control. we've worked with the city market and Public Works in order to have those signed and dedicated to city market tenants. So those will basically go completely into city market. We have an additional 20 in our garage that are open to the public. Then 20 for the commercial spaces we have, and then the rest is ours. So there's a lot of numbers there, but essentially we have, we're hoping to provide parking for the new commercial space that we have to some degree, 20 kind of free public parkings that is first come, first serve, 28 that are dedicated. And the city market would kind of determine who and how those get allocated.
So as of now, if someone from the public was concerned about parking down there, it'd be safe to say they're probably losing 110 public parking spots.
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Seems like from the testimony, it's not so much the public parking that's the concern. Parking. And maybe that's what the dedicated spots are.
That's to alleviate some of that, yeah.
Okay, just some procedure here. I think we're trying to get through our city staff questions. And then I think we're done there. So we're welcome the applicant. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record.
Yep.
That way we have that. And if you have a presentation or anything you'd like to present, that would be fine.
I would like to add that I have the two conditions that they wanted to discuss just pulled up on the screen, and whenever the applicant is done, we can come back to these if you would like. Because I know they have in their presentation something to kind of back up the revisions or.
Okay. Did you want to go through your conditions now or wait till later?
The later, I would like to hear their presentation first.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there.
All right, so let's do that.
Yep.
Let's go through the presentation from the applicant, if you don't mind. Yes, we are. Yeah.
Sorry.
Because we want to get out of here, right?
Let me just share it to Zoom.
Okay. Well, while she's doing that, I want to thank the commission for hearing us today. As you guys have probably seen this on the docket.
Can you speak more into the microphone or pull that thing closer to you?
I also forgot to say my name.
Yep, there you go.
So Jesse Crupper, I'm at 3749 Wyoming, Midtown resident here in Kansas City. And here representing Chem Studio as the architect. I have with me David Wingerson, who represents the developer Flaherty and Collins. So we want to thank you guys for the opportunity to present today. I know you've seen this continued for a few different through a few different dockets. So Larissa and her team's done a really good job of helping us get our ducks in a row as far as being ready for this meeting. I think it's interesting to sit through that tree ordinance for 5 or 6 hours this morning. And then come to a project where we're taking a city lot that's entirely dedicated to concrete and creating, growing it out to its maximum potential. So I think what the RFP kind of started as an idea of how to take this lot in the areas in the river market and find their highest and best use. And through the RFP process, those 5 members that we discussed decided that this was the best way to go about it. So I also want to kind of preface the parking part of this is that this we are answering an RFP. I think that you were suggesting that and providing what we've been asked. So there's some further discussions on what happens outside of our site and what may be done between the city market and port and things like that. But for this process on our site, we're going to kind of present what we have, and then we can talk through those other conversations that are going on. So let's see here. So you see the city market here to the east. I think we got pretty well oriented to the site here. There's more parking just south of us. A pretty great asset in the River Market Park that's just to the north, with some great pedestrian activity that happens both programmed and unprogrammed. The city market on our west is really the kind of backside of the city market. So the loading zone for that side happens here off of Main Street. This is the corner that you see here at the south. This would be the southeast corner there as you would enter Main Street. On the other side, the alley, you see an older building in kind of the context of the River Market. We also have Fifth and Delaware, which is a fairly new development. I don't have a date on it, but this is a newer modern development that will be our immediate next door neighbor here. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Now, the first thing that we want to mention is that as part of this development and kind of a greater effort in the River Market area, we're looking at removing some of the power lines, burying them to the greatest extent we can. So the alley is right now kind of littered with these power lines. We've worked with Evergy to get a plan to remove everything in the northern half of the site. These first couple buildings have pole mounted transformers, really difficult and expensive, frankly, to put into the building. So we're working to clean up the site. So that's kind of the first step for us. And the way that we kind of looked at this is almost straight out of the RFP. I've tweaked them a little bit since then to more reflect where we are after some conversations. But 4th Street, as I mentioned, is a really strong pedestrian connection through from this streetcar stop on Delaware through to the city market itself. And we want to strengthen that connection by putting some storefront facing that side, as well as along with a small commercial space on that corner. Main Street currently is closed, so it is not an open street currently. It's still public right away, but it doesn't have curb cuts on either side of it. So part of this process is opening up Main Street, and the main reason that we have to do that is for fire truck access, because a fire truck has to be able to get to within 150 feet of any part of our building. So that kind of drove it, but it started to drive some more thinking about how we can create a better pedestrian experience, not just on 4th, but on this new Main Street that's all loading currently. You see there's a pedestrian entry on the north off the park. That would be more serving, folks that are going out to the park, to the city market, or coming from the streetcar stop there or going to it. A commercial and another residential entry on 5th Street as well. So there's really 2 entrances to this building and commercial facing both sides. The way that Main Street opens is, as Larissa pointed out, we've worked with the streetcar, and one of the things that they ask is that we do right turn in, right turn out only where we open Main. So on the south side, that means right turn in, right turn out. We, in kind of working through this, decided that Main Street is best as with as little car activity as possible. So it's going to be one way past 4th Street here. So that limits the number of folks who are crossing 4th, which is that really strong pedestrian access. And when it does get to 3rd, it's right turn out again, so that it's not interfering with the streetcar. There's a secondary residential only entry off the alley here. That's primarily for our residents and for loading for Amazon and those folks. So jumping into this a little bit, so here's that site plan blown up again. 2-way to access the parking that's a little bit more dense in this part of the city market, and 1-way beyond 4th. The gray here is where you see our commercial. So that's either commercial or amenity. It's activated space with the garage kind of sandwiched in there in between. The amenity deck is here where number 2 is. And actually on that alley side there, the garage is recessed by another 9 feet or so. Due to an easement that runs down the alley, we're actually not right up on the alley. So if you look at it right now, where that retaining wall is 16 feet. We have an easement there because of a sewer. So our building is actually going to be about 25 feet from the other side. So it widens that alley a little bit more. But then where our garage is, we're going to step back another 9 feet just to kind of pull that out of the public eye and out of that alley experience. We do have 3 transformers that sit kind of tucked in under that, which was a painful experience working with Evergy to get that allowed, but we got there. So And the other thing you can see here is the outline of the L of the building, which is the orientation there was kind of created to keep a shadow off of the neighboring buildings to the east, or I'm sorry, to the west, because we want to be sensitive to not just overpowering them with the shadows. Let's see, so just blowing up Main Street here, and really Main Street from 5th to 4th is really conducive to adding parking on the City Market side. It gets a little bit tighter with planters and some residential staircases that are on everything north from 4th to 3rd. But essentially we have 24 spots that are along City Market on their side of the street, and we have 4 more on Main Street. I don't have it marked here, but there's a loading zone right outside of Minsky's and one on the other end as well. That would just be pull off like 15-minute parking or something like that. And again, we're providing these, we're going to build these and stripe them. The signage, the legalese will have to be between City Market and Public Works. Those conversations, we've been in the room for them. We know that they're in the works, and it's part of the deal. So I just want to make sure that I'm not promising it if because it's something that's kind of out of our control. Here's what that streetscape looks like. If we kind of just blow up a section of it, we're looking at basically a pretty pedestrian friendly streetscape, and I'll show another image in a second to show why. But indicating, bringing in some of that brick that's all through the River Market in a striping on either side, some textured concrete bands. We have to have a 26-foot wide road along our building for fire apparatus. But we really want to bring the feeling of that down. So we've added 4 feet of texture on either side to make that lane feel even skinnier. So it feels more pedestrian friendly. You kind of see our building here grayed out, but with some plantings and benches on that side. The hope with this, and part of the conversation with Justin and the City Market, is they occasionally shut down, or they don't shut down. They program things in River Market Park just to our north with art walks or other things like that. Is that we would have some temporary bollards just after our garage entry where we could shut this down and create a wholly pedestrian environment on the street there. That's something that we would need to work with City Market's program and figure out those uses. But it's something that they were highly interested in. So this kind of, curbless pedestrian feel is really what makes Main Street feel like that, and not just like it's a loading zone. 5th Street, this is the streetcar side. There's really not much, as you can see through this section. There's not much room to deal with. So street trees is normal, some bicycle parking. We're hopeful to get another bench in there, but it's pretty tight. Again, this is all commercial on this side, with a kind of a commercial plaza on that southeast corner. Moving up to 4th, from curb to curb, currently there's brick pavers. They won't remain, but they will be repaired to their current state at the end of the project. So our project boundary kind of gets to the back of that curb, and that's where you see this landscaping start. We have a small amount of commercial here on number 4, or just inside of number 4. The rest of this is tenant amenities, mailroom, leasing office, those things. And then they have some more amenities on the next level up. We show the amenity deck. Just this is a schematic design, so this isn't completely fleshed out, but this is the extent of the landscaping within our property lines. Again, this kind of overlooks the alley, so there's a little bit of softness above that plinth, because as it steps back, where you see these trees and some of this vegetation and life. The exterior materials change from that commercial level to the residential level. So the commercial level is architectural concrete cast in place. Storefront on the north and south. The south end, 5th Street, is almost entirely glazed. The north end is glazed except for where our water services entry is, which is the kind of shorter side of the building, which we'll look at. The garage will have a corrugated metal perf, so lets ventilation in and out, which is one of our life safety requirements, but kind of screens that major glow of headlights and any nefarious activity. Above the podium, there's an express metal panel, a composite metal panel, if you know, for that grid that you see that's really well expressed on the building. Window wall and this corrugated metal material is the solid panel you see there. And one of the things that we want to discuss here, and I'll show a picture of it, is that that corrugated metal is really coming, the color of it is really coming from tones in the river market. And that's why, as you see, as we kind of jump around, that we're testing different colors from orange to red as we kind of look through there and go to color match. So we've bounced around a little bit through this process of exactly what that looks like. So here we're on Main Street looking north. You could see Main Street continuing here where my cursor is. This is that pedestrian plaza and the commercial along 5th Street here. I guess one other thing to note is we do plan on having a green wall on the southeast corner that basically climbs from the city market side all the way up to the top. We have an amenity space up there that's kind of resemblant of a greenhouse. It's not necessarily an actual greenhouse, but it's kind of a jewel box feel like that. So this green wall will climb up to that space and kind of where it kind of caps off. Here up a little bit higher, you can see the city market in the background to the east, and start to see our amenity deck here on that side. This is the image that was in the presentation previously, so I won't spend too much time on it, but again, highly glazed on the 5th Street side there. Now looking from the park. So this is kind of that park side. Because of the change in elevation, it is a little bit deceiving because we gain, I think, 27 feet from corner to corner. So it's 2 stories on that southeast side and less than a story when you get over to this northwest corner. But again, this is the park view. So again, that metal panel color is something that we've been exploring. We've taken a bunch of paint chips up and matched them to different brick buildings. This is one in particular that we were fond of in the sun. We have a handful that we're kind of working towards to make sure that tonally the building reads similar. I think one of the things that really for our team, one of the things that really struck us is that we understand the authenticity of the river market. And one of the things that we want to be authentic, and we don't want to try to create, kind of a new age brick building or try to match the brick buildings that are there. When people come to the river market, we want them to see the buildings that are historic, respect them, and not look at ours and be like, oh, was this built in the 1800s or last year? So trying to match tonally the buildings, but still be pretty obvious with the cast in place concrete and the large fenestration on the commercial areas, that this is a modern building. This is the kind of the 2 sides that are still, I think, a little bit in question, and we've been working pretty hard with Larissa to try to get a good resolution to these. There's the water services room here. You're looking from the park on this elevation here. So this is a cast in place that's 21% of the wall area on this elevation, with some landscaping in front of it and green space. Below that is the alley. Again, you can kind of see, and I do want to apologize to Larissa that I didn't send this with shadows onto her, so she probably hasn't read the recess as much either. But that recess where the garage is, which is metal, the metal kind of fenestration look is all sits back a little bit. This is the back of house for that commercial space on the 2nd floor on the alley, and with 5th Street on the right. I have an appendix here because I anticipated some questions. We did work with Centric to create a construction staging plan. It kind of went in concert with the tree protection plan, because that was part of the RFP was that the Flaherty and Collins donated a certain amount of money to the Parks Department in order to be allowed to use the park as lay down area staging. But we don't want to jeopardize the beautiful tree canopy that's there on the north end of that park. And so we kind of worked backwards from a tree protection plan into a construction staging plan. And have kind of, Centric has worked pretty hard on this, even though they don't have the project completely penned. They worked with us a great deal to get a good staging plan that works to protect those trees and try to keep everything on our side of Main Street there clean. So. Sure I'm not missing anything else. I think. So we also, as part of this process, obviously had to do some community meetings. So we did meet with we had our DAT in June, met with the Downtown Neighborhood Association on October 20th, and met with City Market at the Steamboat Arabia on the 28th of November. So it's been a little while since those meetings happened, but as I mentioned, we've been kind of continuing. After that first continuance, we met again with Justin Contrell, who's the managing director of the City Market and Port KC and KC Mo, just to try to get the final few ducks in a row so we could feel confident walking in here today.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Can you speak a little bit to the height of, I mean, it's 14 floors,
that's
146 and a half feet tall. So it's going to really set a statement down in the River Market.
Yeah. So as was mentioned, that we're still waiting on a final ruling from the FAA. So under current rules, this height is not allowed. But the city manager and the city, along with Flaherty and Collins, have been working diligently to get flight paths moved so that we can bump up the ceiling in the City Market. Currently, there's only one flight that flies over this area, which is interesting that it's a training flight. I don't know how comfortable that makes everybody feel, but those conversations have went well, but we don't have a final designation as of yet.
Do you have kind of a perspective as to what it looks like compared to other buildings around there, this particular height? Does it mean, everything around it's 4 or 5, maybe 6 stories, if that?
Yeah,
or 2 stories, and this is 14.
Yeah, this may be the best indication here. So this is the closest. And again, this is a rendering, so I can't tell you that this is exact. You can see that we're definitely head above the rest of the buildings. We will also say that we've heard from other developers that in the area that they're excited of the potential to go higher. This is something that a lot of folks have bumped into. There are structures that are above that ceiling that are grandfathered in. But I think this may be an opportunity to spur more development, more dense development, as opposed to the shorter things that have been built around there.
Tell me which buildings you're referring to that's grandfathered in.
You need to speak in the microphone.
I thought I was talking loud enough. Can you mention buildings that are grandfathered in that are hired?
There are structures, no, not actually any built like commercial or residential levels, but there are like radio towers and those kind of things that are in that flight ceiling that wouldn't be allowed today if they were built. So
6 was the highest use.
14.
No. They're doing that. You had said the other buildings in the area.
Oh, I'm just looking at Google
6
Map. I
floors
mean,
was the highest you'd seen.
1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 1, 2, 5 or 6 to the west.
So if you have to lower it
2,
to
3, 4.
what lower can you go? Or wise? If they say no,
Yeah, my name is David Wingerson. I'm with Flaherty and Collins. Unfortunately, right now, 13 stories is the height that we're looking at with with the addition of the affordable housing component, with the addition of all the public parking, we can't afford to go any lower than what we're at right now. So we had looked at a 9-story plan previously, but with how the finances are looking at this time, we just can't afford to do anything less.
Can you talk about the affordable housing component?
Yeah, so it's 20% affordable housing, so it'd be 60 total units. Let's see, 45 of those are at 70% MFI, and then 15 are at 50% MFI.
Could you all go ahead and address the parking now? And I'm sure it'll be addressed again, but 110 spots is a ton of spots. I think that, you know, in 10 years, 15 years, the hope would be that because of the connectivity, it allows people to live and get down here for work or for pleasure, to not have to get in a car. But a lot of businesses don't think about 10 and 15 years. They think about the next 3 years. So that's going to be really disruptive, especially before your 24 spots are put back on the street, which I think might even cause issues with people loading in and out of the backs of their shops. And before the other 20 some spots are given back, you know, it's going to be really disruptive for a while. Can you kind of talk through what you feel is the best way to approach that, or how you've come up with where you're at currently?
And are you speaking in particular during construction for those first couple of years,
Both.
or
I'd say,
just-
yeah, both. Both construction, then also the first years after. I mean, again, I think I can envision a time in the future, and hopefully it's the short future, where this is an amazing development. So many people can live down there, get on the streetcar, move around the city really easily. But in the short term, I think that a lot of the businesses down there rely on people who drive in and park right there. And so, I mean, 110 spots is a ton of spots. And again, it's really, I guess we're losing 160 initially during construction.
Yeah, I think so. So one of the things there is you know, outside of our development itself, there's a conversation being had that's ongoing between the city market. Justin Cottrell is the managing partner there, I think is his title. Port KC and KC Mo. So it's kind of a three-way conversation, because they all have kind of a I don't know, they all have a stake in this. So we've been provided what we asked for, or what we've been asked for this piece of that puzzle, but they're doing an analysis from the you know, from the River Market wide kind of lens to see what's available and what needs to be done to kind of supplement that in the near future.
So I'm curious, is that the same study as the KC Currents? Like, are they looking at it holistically between River Market, the stadium? Is that a full mobility, or do you see, are those separate conversations?
But I can't speak directly to that specifically, but I do know that it's just part of a larger global understanding of parking within the River Market. So not sure if that's included or not.
As you probably heard, we have a case with KC Currents that is being continued, but that was the question, is this a bigger mobility study, or are we just talking about parking for surface parking lots around the stadium, which I think is reminded.
Yeah, I think frankly, and I've Justin probably is tired of my numbers. We've talked way too much about this particular subject, but the interest right now is really just the city market itself, at least from his lens and the conversations that I'm referring to. I think he wants to make sure that he gets a good bow on that with Port and with Public Works in the city. So.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony
Can we
then.
talk about the conditions very quickly?
I think we'll wait till the end. Does anybody like to speak regarding docket item number, where are we on now? 7? Please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
I'm James Freeman, Swanson Bernard, 4600 Madison, Quincy, Missouri. I am appearing on behalf of several city market business interests who have many concerns and unfortunately have had limited opportunity to meaningfully address those concerns. The City Plan Commission, as you are well aware, is required to make recommendations which impose regulations, restrictions, or prohibitions designed to promote the public health, safety, convenience, comfort, or general welfare, and is required to consider the global transit, zoning, and the current and future physical development of the city. To assist in the promotion of the public health, safety, convenience, comfort, and general welfare, the city has for many years encouraged each applicant to meet with affected neighbors in sufficient time to inform and to allow response from such neighbors and organizations. Unfortunately, that has not occurred in a meaningful way related to the City Harvest project, especially considering its size, scope, and radical departure from the neighborhood. As noted at the top of page 1 of the staff report, the applicant was given additional time to address major parking concerns and replacement, as was required by the RFP process, initially anyhow. But unfortunately, addressing parking simply has not been done. They've simply punted. Further, there's limited communication, or has been limited communication with the entire neighborhood, which will be radically affected by this and other planned developments to remove hundreds of public parking spaces from an already overcrowded and limited supply that is heavily relied on by the surrounding neighborhood, as well as out-of-town guests and shoppers, diners, etc. The notice of the only neighborhood meeting was received during the week of Thanksgiving for a meeting that occurred the Monday immediately following Thanksgiving, leaving many of the affected businesses who actually received notices with little or no opportunity to meaningfully engage in the process. That was made worse by the fact that most business and property owners in the area did not receive any written notice of the meeting because they're was outside the notice area, even though they are greatly affected by the parking provisions. In addition, the contact information for the developer provided in the notice was directed to a telephone which was never answered and which had no voicemail for the listed party. Neighborhood businesses have tried in good faith, exercising reasonable efforts, have been unable to educate themselves as to what is being proposed. Indeed, the lengthy staff report was only released 2 business days before this meeting, revealing for the first time the true scope and impact of the City Harvest project on the neighborhood. And in fact, if you review that report, which you have, many of the questions are simply unanswered. It is completely contrary to the previously negotiated and accepted parking plan, which was part of the RFP process and which was required to be implemented as part of that RFP process. The staff report, rather than addressing parking simply glosses over the potential devastating impact of the project. For instance, although 98% of the city market employees live outside the downtown area, therefore making public transit an impractical transportation solution, the staff report simply indicates that all transportation concerns are addressed by access to public transit. Further, the staff report does not address the impact of the massive construction parking or construction staging upon the neighborhood. Anyone who has walked, biked, streetcar transited, or driven to the city market knows that the current parking can make the existing situation challenging, and with the planned removals will just increase the dangerousness or the unfriendliness of the parking and traffic flow to the public health, safety, convenience, comfort, or general welfare of the local neighborhood and a jewel of the city as a whole. Moving forward with no substantive plan to address the parking and its impacts upon the entire community is assured of only one thing, which is going to be extremely disgruntled businesses, employees, farmers, residents, diners, shoppers, and out-of-town guests. Rather than having had sufficient time to become informed of the proposal and time to allow a measured response from the neighborhood, the opposite has occurred. I am aware of dozens and growing local merchants who have just become aware of this potential for disaster. The rumble of discord is becoming louder and more disgruntled. Remember, this is not about developers providing enough parking for their project. This is about the potential taking of a community-owned asset that provides parking for a community jewel for the entire Kansas City area. This will have measurable monetary losses by the affected parties. City market tenants, businesses, and property owners have made substantial investments based on these legacy shared assets being in place. Therefore, it would be irresponsible to vote to move this matter forward with the present limited opportunity for neighborhood dialogue. On behalf of my many clients and the city market community, I ask that the City Plan Commission vote to continue this matter to allow 2 additional fully noticed neighborhood meetings that could also include teleconferencing, where substantive communication between the project and the entire affected neighborhood can occur for a positive outcome for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Oh, yeah, just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Courtney O'Farrell, and the address of our business is 513 Walnut. I'm here as a concerned citizen, but also a property owner in the city market. My family has had roots in the city market for 100 years. My grandparents sold fruit at the city market. They were immigrants. My grandfather had a restaurant in that area many years ago. In 1980, my father purchased Planter Seed Company, and since has renovated many of the buildings on Walnut. It's kind of his passion project. I purchased the Oldham building, which is on the corner of Fifth and Walnut, about 8 years ago, which is 5 stories and kind of one of the taller buildings. So I won't reiterate what was said before me because a lot was covered, but I do appreciate the opportunity to kind of give you some anecdotal evidence of the severe parking problems that we already exist at the city market. We have a lot of different tenants. We have retail space. The Oldham building has a lot of lawyers, but our best tenant and our longest tenant is the University of Missouri Extension Office. And we were notified, I'm so nervous, sorry. We were notified that after over 10 years that they will not be renewing their lease because of parking problems. Their mission is outreach in the community, and they don't have enough adequate parking for their programming. So I think that's an important piece of information to share with you all. I'm passionate about the area. It is a gem, and I think we have to preserve what it means for tourism, what it means for, I mean, having worked at Planters since I was a little girl, people come in from all over the state. And we even have private parking. So I'm not even speaking on behalf of Planters. We have 20 of our own spots that my dad purchased years ago. But a lot of people come in, and I just think this would be very detrimental to take away those parking spaces. I hope the city and the city market come up with a really good plan for it'd be in an ideal world, have a beautiful parking garage on this space where we have more parking, not less. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, come on in.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Arthur Leduc. My business is 520 Walnut Street, Kansas City Taco Company. We just celebrated our 6th year there and our 3rd expansion, which is wonderful. And rhetorically, I just want to ask everyone here who's not sitting behind me, were you faced with the problem of wondering where you were going to park today? And if you were going to have a ticket at the end of the day? That's the case down at the city market. Parking is virtually non-existent for the city market employees and as visitors, especially on the weekends. This is a fact. City parking is one of our most valued and important community assets. The community and its surrounding businesses must have ample parking in order to survive. It's basic. Every time we lose parking spaces and the ability to accommodate our guests and our employees, we fail to succeed. I'm hoping to appeal to the human side of this council. I was here earlier today. I listened to you guys talking about some serious issues. I feel like I'm in the presence of intelligent, capable decision makers. When I hear somebody say the city market is in the least amount of need for parking spaces anywhere in the city, That person does not have their finger on the pulse of what is happening in the city market. Depending on the time of year, I employ 24 to 30 people. I've single mothers, single fathers, grandparents, college students, people just trying to make a living and doing the best they can. And they want to work in a pleasant environment, and we provide that. It's very defeating to walk out of work and see a ticket on your car, knowing that a significant portion of your daily earnings that day now belongs to the city. These people are the backbone of the city market. They make sales tax revenue for the city market. Our business alone earned almost $200,000 in revenue for the city last year. But yet my employees and our guests have fewer parking spaces. We had a birthday celebration in our restaurant. Customers come in, there was quite a few of them several weeks ago. The taxes on their bill alone was what, $160, I think, when I looked. Yet they walked outside and 3 of them had tickets on their car. One of them vowing never to return to the city market. Okay. At a time when employee retention is at its most difficult, the city continues to make decisions that discourage employees from working in the city market. Example, the parking is no longer patrolled by city officers as it has been in the past, at least not in the city market. It's actually patrolled by the company who runs the business of the paid parking in the city market. Okay, so that sounds like a conflict of interest, but occasionally you'd have the cops come around off parking officials or whatever, city employees giving out tickets. And that sucked, right? Okay, that's bad. Now, every single day, the employees of this business that the city has subcontracted is walking around every day, every hour, marking cars and giving tickets to visitors and business employees and business owners, everybody. First thing out of their mouth, well, you can just go pay to park right over there.
We'll need to move on here.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Thank you.
You know, this proposed city harvest development or any other development, you know, it's just going to diminish the parking spaces that we have. If you love the city, like so many of us do, and you care about the city market and the livelihood of everyone who works and lives down there, you know, please do not move forward until a clear, concise resolution to parking for the long-term growth of the city is put forward. Now, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. And so do all the employees and businesses down in the city market.
I wasn't going to read a statement today, but I feel like I was going to read off the paper. I'm not very good at public speaking. My name is
Name and address for the record. Name and address for the record.
My name is Kyle Getz. I'm the owner of Opera House at 500 Walnut Street. I've been there since 2012, and since then I've integrated into the neighborhood, and I hear a lot of talk from them about city market, but we forget that city market is encompassed by River Market and all of its surrounding businesses. We've heard about the parking and trying to get it for city market employees. Well, I have 16 employees that, again, as been reiterated, can't find parking. They fight to find parking. They have to pay for the parking if they buy the tickets, where pointing out city market employees don't have to pay for the parking. They get it free. Anybody outside of city market pays. And now it's broken down to weekday parking ticket pricing and weekend. So they get, they got to pay like $75, $80 a month. That's a lot. They could go get a job somewhere else and get the same pay and not have to fight over the parking. Weekends are, as everybody has stated, just almost impossible to get parking. And once the farmers market, which is, again, it's a huge tourist attraction. It's like the #1 tourist trip that people make when they hit Kansas City to check out the historic city market. And then they get there and they circle and circle and circle and circle and look for parking. And then they have to pay for it. It's just, it's gotten worse and worse, you know. For a while, the city had talked about building a parking garage because we needed more parking. Now we're talking about losing 160 spaces, plus a lot of their residents and so forth, from my understanding, they're not providing enough parking for their residents, that there's actually, you know, they would have to put a garage in for like 550, 600 parking spaces just for what they're building there for the residents. For the friends and family that come visit their retail spacing without it taking any of the current parking that we had there, on top of creating the 160 that they're taking up on the development. But, you know, the progress in the river market is good. Development is good, as long as it coincides with a balance between what the neighborhood needs and the development. And but again, don't take me wrong, that I'm all for progress. New development is great. More residents would be great. And basically that's reiterated much of what everybody else has said. But again, there's a lot of traffic for the city market, for the farmers market when it's in season, that they come from North Kansas City, they come from east, you know, Lee Summit, Blue Springs, and we got Mission, Kansas, Olathe, Overland Park. All of these people, they drive in and they are what make the market on the weekends. We lose that, my business won't survive. So thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Anybody else?
There are 3 people online, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Richard Schnabel, you are first. You may unmute your mic and turn on your camera to provide public testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm cognizant of the time limits for public commentary. My name is Richard Schnabel. My address is 423 Delaware in Kansas City, Missouri. I am a member of the River Market Community Organization Board, but I am not speaking for the RMCA. I am speaking for myself and other concerned stakeholders. Firstly, we'd like to clarify that we are not opposed to development in the River Market, although we prefer green space expansion or improvement projects. There are many problems we see with this project, including the formulations for the tax assistance and the high-handed socio-political targets, but I will concentrate on the historical district and the green space issues. The River Market is the first and the oldest area in Kansas City, and it's a US, but not a local, designated historic district. It has the largest inventory of 19th century and turn of the century buildings in the city, and it's a unique neighborhood in Kansas City. This project seems to be indifferent and perhaps a bit hostile to this heritage. Dropping a massive 13, now 14-story high-density tower in the middle of this district will certainly permanently alter the character of this historic neighborhood. It will be the tallest building by far in the neighborhood and will also impact the approach to the Wheeler Downtown Airport, as the local FAA has already expressed. It will compound the stresses to our limited parking availability, which other attendees have expressed in more detail, and will burden our existing and very limited park space and green space, as well as all other public facilities. It seems ill-considered to construct a project of this scope without provision for public or quasi-public green space on the area the neighborhood is losing access to. Please don't allow this. At the very least, this building should be scaled down to a height of 6 or 7 stories while keeping parking spaces the same. The developer has indicated that the project will still be profitable and remain feasible at this reduced height if the social political targets are relaxed. And this would also align with the local FAA height restrictions rather than seeking exemptions from the federal FAA. or forcing changes in the current airport usage patterns. We also feel strongly that the River Market District should be on the Kansas City Register of Historic Places or designated as an overlay district. And this will enable local oversight, preservation, and protection, and the opportunity to provide for green space in these projects. This should not be approved as presented. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express this.
Thank you.
Scott Tanos, you are next. Please turn on your microphone and camera to provide public testimony.
Hi, Scott Tanos. I'm a property owner at 423 Delaware Street, and I will echo the same sentiments that from most of the previous speakers. It seems to me that, you know, I'm part of the Planning and Development Committee that listens to the developers that have come in. And for the number of years that I lived downtown, about 6 years now, going on 7, we've always looked to have the 3 parking lots in the city market, you know, developed, as long as, you know, it was maintaining that you weren't losing parking, not looking to increase parking, but to maintain the public parking to allow for the residents and the workers that are there. It seems to me that the height of this building is being driven by the housing that, you know, to provide for fair housing, that, you know, the gentleman said that if they went to 9 stories, you know, it would be unfeasible to them. So you can see that the reason why this has gotten so the building height has increased is because, hey, for them to make money, this is what they've got to do. At one point, there was looking at putting in a parking garage at the corner of 3rd and Grand that would allow, you know, to alleviate some of the parking congestion and allow for more people to come in to visit. But taking away 160 spots, you know, as you'll read from some of the letters that you've gotten from Alex Pope at Local Pig, it's going to impact the workers, you know, of them and from the other businesses that are in there. So while we don't, you know, oppose the development, we think that there has been the glossing over and hasn't been a really good communication regarding all that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, username River Market resident, please turn on your microphone and camera to provide public testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Ryman. I'm a resident down in the River Market at 210 West 5th Street. I am an advocate of high density living in our neighborhood. That said, I also believe that high density development requires a very, very careful and responsible balance to address resident and business needs. My primary concern is the vehicular traffic moving from the new building north along Main Street. So as you've seen in the presentation done at the very beginning here, it very accurately represented hundreds of people mingling in the park and along 4th Street. The movement of traffic, pedestrian traffic, is very, very fluid from the city market and into the park. Activating Main Street north of this new facility is going to create enormous risk for children and families. And while I support the development, I believe that this is an area that should not be open to traffic, not just programmatically, as it was presented. Ballards could be created to prevent movement on, you know, certain events or days. I personally believe that traffic should not be permitted as a standard rule, and yet that can still provide access to emergency vehicles on an as-needed basis. Thank you for the opportunity to present this position.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Anybody
Chair,
else?
no one else has raised their hand on Zoom. No one
Okay.
else appears in the
So we'll
chamber.
go ahead and close public testimony then. Obviously, we heard a lot of comments about parking, additional ones for height of the building and the pedestrian access north of the access on the east side of the building. Guys mind addressing some of those concerns the public has?
Yeah, I'll start with that last one just because it's fresh in my mind. And, you know, that's the original plan for Main Street was that it would be one way past our entry. And that would really, not allow it for any more parking basically beyond the entry of the garage. In some of the conversations with the tenants on that east side, or sorry, on that west side of the building, and with Justin Cottrell, the addition of those parking spaces, the loading on that side was something that they felt was needed to alleviate some of the concerns there. And so that was something that we kind of, sometimes these things go up against each other. So so that was kind of where we left that one off, instead of opening it entirely or keeping it closed off and not having any loading beyond that. Yeah, the parking is a tough one, and I'm not gonna, we're not pretending like it's solved for the River Market in general. I think there's a bigger conversation again that needs to be had for the River Market in general, because even as it stands today, there's some questions about how folks get around the River Market Park. I mean, you heard almost everything that was said today was about the current conditions, so it's already a problem. And I think it's something that again, we've done what we can to maximize our site. We've added what we can on Main Street as well, with the addition of 28 spots there. And I think that the River Market needs to be looked at holistically, similar to I guess what's happening with the current stadium. At least that's not familiar with that case, but and I think that's what those conversations that Port, the city, and River Market are having. Again, we're not trying to try to punt on that or anything like that. It's just we've maximized what we can, and we think that there's a bigger solution out there that needs to be handled. What else? Height. I don't know, David, if you want to speak to height, but I'll speak architecturally. The system that we're using is structural metal stud construction method, and it really only makes sense when you get to a certain height. So basically, it's a metal stud system like you would see in commercial building, but they get thicker and spaced closer as you get lower to the ground floor. If you don't have a certain amount of height with that system, structurally, it starts to get really inefficient and doesn't make as much sense financially. So there's an architectural reason there, but there's also the pro forma reasons that exist for that portion of it.
Yeah, and right now the 13 stories is honestly, it's where we're at. It's how we're making the numbers work today. And with rates rising and construction costs continuing to go up, that's kind of what we're dealt with. So we'd like to be at 13 stories. We want to be at 13 stories. We think it'll be a great statement for the River Market, be a great piece and great asset to the River Market. And that's where we would like to be.
I guess one more thing on that height. I mentioned earlier that we have a pretty substantial grade change from one corner to the other. 13 stories is the maximum height. So on the southeast corner, the building is 13 stories. If you go to the far opposite corner to the northwest, it's 11. It's less than, it's about 11 and a half, I guess, once the grade hits that corner. So I mean, it's still a tall building, right? It's still taller than what's around it. So I'm not trying to pretend like it's not. I just if we're talking stories, it's 13 on one side and maybe 11 and change on the other corner.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you want to address the two conditions?
And as the applicant mentioned, I wasn't able to see the shadows on that one on the alley side. So that's why I wanted to wait to discuss these conditions. The applicant is asking to remove both of them, and staff is just providing some clarifications, and mostly for number 15, that they provide a form of artwork or something to kind of soften just the blank concrete walls along the alley. And then for number 2, it's the construction materials so that they better match the character of the neighborhood. So ultimately, staff would like to keep these as they are revised on this slide. It's up to the CPC to decide if you would like to keep them as they are revised or if you agree with the applicant that they should be removed.
Okay, so the request is to actually remove 2 and 15 altogether by the applicant. And you're just, the staff is asking just to modify them in this way. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. Very good. So at this time, I guess we're going to end testimony then and speak amongst the commission. Unless the commissioners have something that they would like to discuss, ask, or talk about on this project, certainly can.
I'll go ahead and start though. It works.
Right ahead.
So for full disclosure, we have a cafe that's less than half a block from this site. I do think that parking is a huge problem. I really like the idea of this type of dense development. I hadn't heard about this project before, haven't seen anything about it. I do think that parking is a huge issue already as it stands. We considered moving one of our related businesses offices to the River Market. And I said, like, it's a non-starter for me because of parking. I was like, there's no way we're gonna move down there. It's the most challenging location we have in terms of parking. We spend $300 a month on parking passes for our staff. So that way they can try to swap them out. We've paid crazy amounts on people's parking tickets when they didn't remember to bring the pass or someone took it home or something like that. So it is a huge cost. I do think, in my personal opinion, if this happens, at least 5 businesses, local businesses, would not survive the construction, because 160 spots for 2 years that's just a ton of customers. I was really curious about the RFP because I think that we do need, I love the idea of more residential density down here. I think people love the River Market. More people want to be down there. And so I so want to be supportive of a residential project down here. And I think the design's cool. The height doesn't really concern me as much as it might other people, although I do think it's a little disproportionate to the contextual, surroundings. But I won't be able to support it just because I do think there has to be a more holistic approach to parking. Having the city be responsible for reducing public parking by 160 spaces is really seems like too irresponsible for us to be a part of exacerbating an existing issue.
I disagree. But I understand the parking situation. I think for me, it's hard to deny a project when they're meeting the requirements of the city. And I understand how it could exacerbate things. I do take the applicant's point that it's a larger issue. I do think the city has made an effort to decrease parking just in general. Whether that's a good or bad thing, that's a debate. I also think with regards to the height and the parking, the amount there plus the height equals the affordable housing aspect. And I don't want to lose that. I think that's the trade-off that we have to kind of struggle with, because garage parking is like $30,000 to $40,000 a stall, and that's a couple of those and you get a affordable housing unit. And I think we should address in a lot of what we heard is parking enforcement, which is not a land use issue. It's a city enforcement issue, and something that we don't decide. I don't necessarily agree with matching the materials to. I think they've done a good job that's thoughtful, that doesn't make it look fake, which I'm afraid would happen. So I don't think I'm in the general population of who's going to vote for this, but I'll be supportive for the project.
I would say, just to start off, I think part of the project and the concept of the project, the height is a little bit outside context. My hope would be that there would be other projects in the area that would also provide that same level of height so that it would feel some sort of pattern. I think for me, I don't, I'm open to continuing this, but I think for me, I'm not ready to say yes until we have a better understanding of parking, because heard a lot of conversations around parking. We get this constantly on areas of Main Street on the second portion of the streetcar line. And I think this particular site is already a regional destination. So you're already assuming someone's coming here by car if it's a regional destination, unless there is some point along that journey that they're able to mode shift. Hopefully, for emissions reasons or a lot of other reasons, you get them in that mode shift sooner. So whether there's a park and ride or if there's some other thing, that conversation we've never heard at the commission. We've never heard a story of how people are moved from car across the region, which is car. I think no one would argue people travel by car across the region, to another mode of transportation to get to our more walkable neighborhoods. So as much as I want to support this project, I'm just kind of getting a little bit frustrated that we don't have a coherent strategy around how we move people to other modes of transportation. And I'm afraid that that's going to backfire on a lot of the progress that we are trying to make here on walkable communities. So I would like to slow down a little bit, figure out how we get people to move to better forms of transportation before we move forward. It's unfortunate because I think given the players involved in this project and the influence they have on the district and the neighborhoods, I think that all the right people are at the table. It just needs to be a more sophisticated conversation, and it needs to include KC Current Stadium. So.
I think that's well said. Everything that you just said, Commissioner Sadowski, on that. I mean, I like the density. I like the building, but it is really tall for the area, and it doesn't fit basically, in my opinion, what's going on around there, and the parking is an issue. I'm one that uses the River Market, and I'm going to drive every single time. I love going to Opera House. I love going to Minsky's. I love going to Brown and Low everywhere I go, but I need to park, and I want to park. And if I have to, go somewhere else and ride in, I don't have the time to go through that exercise. So unfortunately, I won't go, which is not good. So in some ways, I'm kind of the same opinion that right now it doesn't have my support, but if it was delayed a little bit to take a look at that or move on to the next level, let somebody else work on that, then I'm good with that. So. Go ahead.
This building is replacing the parking lot of how many spaces?
60.
150. And you are providing how many parking spaces for your tenants?
We have 247 for our tenants.
It's minus more than 50 parking spaces. Area. A lot of work needs to be done before I can vote yes on this project. Go back, renegotiate the whole package.
I always can tell when you're looking.
Yeah.
I think we have too many questionable things to move forward. And when we first started as a commission, we had said that we were able to pass things out that didn't have things still hanging, that the process would be better. Don't like the fact that we're still waiting for a determination from aviation regarding height. I definitely don't like the fact that you're taking parking away from business that spurs an area of economic capability for the city, as well as it being a historical and a tourist drawing thing. Using my own self as an example, I too would have to drive and come and find a place to park. And I'm not gonna look too long for it. So that tells me that I'm gonna make a area that has been viable turn into not being viable. That's not good for the city, period. I know that our charge is to look at land use, but there are times we have to look at how that land use affects the entire system. And to me, this land use is taking things away from the city, not improving it at this time. That's why I asked you, can you do a smaller height? That would alleviate the question with the aviation. But everything that we've received from your neighbors, your community is going back to the parking and how it affects the business. And if your restaurants and stuff close, then your tenants in this proposed building would not want to come either. You're losing your amenity that would help draw. So I think you need to go back to the drawing board and address those issues for us.
I would agree with every commissioners have said, apart from maybe Commissioner Baker there. But, you know, parking for me is a huge problem down there. I know I don't even go down there as much as I used to because of the parking issues, and that I find that sad. But I am worried about the businesses down there as well. And the height still worries me. You know, changing a flight path is, you know, maybe you get it through, maybe you don't, but yeah, I've got many issues with the development. And as stated right now, I'm actually for, if we can, find a way to get more density, but I don't think we're there yet as a city. I agree with Kowski with regards to, we haven't got a good plan yet. I'm certainly not going to go down to Union Station and then ride down in the streetcar to get to the river. That's just a fact. So, you know, once we can maybe, as KC Spirit comes in, maybe 15 years, but we're not, no way are we anywhere near that. So it's a no for me today.
I'll just add, I think we as a commission need, and the community as a whole needs to understand the cost of parking. It's not free. It costs a lot of money to build garages. It costs a lot of money to maintain those garages. And a lot of those garages take place of where residents could be. And I just want us to consider as we look at these projects that it'd be nice to have free parking for everyone, but there is a cost to the parking and it's oftentimes empty. And so I just want us to consider that as, and maybe we can get some sort of presentation about that. But I just want to throw that out there as we look at these projects, that just building another 100 stalls on a garage is like it's like a $10-12 million addition to the project costs. And I think there's a challenge with that. And there's a challenge to maintaining city garages. And so I just want to throw that out there so that we just don't, we talk about these things with an idea that we talk about cost when it comes to trees and all that stuff, but that kind of cost does not necessarily, I think, come up a lot when it comes to parking, but that's like the biggest cost for, other than actual building the houses. So that's something we should consider. I know I'm not on the winning side here, but just wanted to throw that out there as we continue to talk about parking in these dense urban neighborhoods that probably were more dense at one point in time.
Yeah, I think you also might have heard too, I'm willing to pay for that parking. And I think he's willing to pay for his staff to park. So there is a little bit of a trade-off there. I understand that there's a cost and truly do agree with that. It is expensive. I agree. And it's a much bigger issue than probably this project, but I think it just needs some discussion. So we're kind of at an impasse. We can either move the project forward and go to the next step. You guys can work with council, because it kind of sounds in some ways as maybe a recommendation of denial. There's just a kind of the way I'm feeling here, but you can work with council, or we can continue for a little bit of additional discussion and then come back at another time. But I think whatever, if that's the case, I would want whoever's making the motion to clearly state what they're wanting them to do before they come back.
Yeah, I would, I will make a motion unless there's something else for
Can I
denial
ask a
of the
question?
project.
Ask a question for you. I haven't heard anything stated about doing any type of study about the parking that is there. Talk about traffic studies that takes into effect traffic. Has there been anything done about parking?
Are you speaking just specifically with our development or the larger?
No,
Yeah.
the area, has there anything been done as a way to have the discussion of how you can implement something that helps everyone? Has there been a holistic discussion about what is there to use now for parking?
Not to my knowledge, no. I know the city market has one and we have ours, but they're on an island. So
I honestly don't know how you get through the impasse of parking in a short matter of time at all. So, do continue to, I don't see any solution on it right now.
So let me go back and add a little bit to why I asked that question. Me, I have not heard that there's really been cooperation among all of those involved as to how we can address the parking. I've heard it more so to your development only. So if there can be a conversation about how you can use the issues that are there, then I think we can come up with a better win-win. But right now, all I'm hearing is everyone's focused just on your development for parking and how it affects the area. What other parking is there? What can be done to the parking that's there? Have we had that conversation on how we can make the whole area thrive with the parking needs? We wouldn't be running away a project that would bring more density. You're working together as a whole community for everyone to win. That's what I'm looking. That's why I said that.
Ideal world.
Yes, well, I'm optimistic.
Yeah.
So, you
Well,
know.
so
And
I
that's-
just think because Port KC, if they're listening, is involved in both of these areas, and we are supposed to see a mobility and traffic study. In an ideal world, I would say make that a more holistic study, if it's not already looking at what traffic in the River Market is and the major regions and how those other. They will work together, whether we plan for it or not. People are going to go to the River Market, park in the River Market. I'm sure we'll see a similar audience for that discussion and concerns around. Also, that's my thought, is like in an ideal world, if we think of that as something that comes.
Can I add one more project that came before us that I haven't heard anything on? That's the redevelopment of the Isle of Capri.
Yeah,
It's just on the other side of Bond Bridge.
yeah,
So all of that could tie together some kind of way.
yeah, yeah.
I'll just temper that. I think that any good parking study done, like I don't think the current project will be able to do it right now, just because it's so seasonal in the River Market that it'd be really tough to go around and count. Because basically you count empty stalls 4 times throughout the day for a week, but it would just be tough to get an accurate number right now and say like, okay, great, let's extrapolate this to summer. So I think it would be difficult right now. So I don't think the current's going to have it, but that would be awesome if they did.
Yeah.
But I think everyone's intent is to use their facilities year round. I just see.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that it's going to fluctuate like crazy this summer.
Yeah.
I would think, yeah,
but
I was over time, absolutely, but I just don't think with the city, right? Aren't, but using the car park on the casino side, there wasn't any operation to do. It's a question. So I just don't think we're there yet as a city. It's going to change hopefully sooner rather than later, but don't see this case that we're going to have outcomes soon.
So I guess what I would suggest then is move the project forward and add a condition that the applicant work as a holistic
Right.
and try to work on some kind of parking study that involves not only your project, but city market, river market, and areas around that you can coordinate and help drive some kind of parking strategy for that area, especially given the owners and of the property itself that have a little bit bigger voice than anybody else.
So, Mr. Chair, are you suggesting that we approve that condition? Yeah, or
Sure, assuming you approve the project or not, but
I'll go ahead and make a motion to recommend denial for the project. And if that doesn't go through, we can take other steps. I think it's too far of a gap for me. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to recommend denial for docket item number 7.
Second.
yeah, I was going to say.
okay, so I've got a motion and a second, and you have for denial of docket item number 7. Does this include any? I guess it doesn't. It's denial. So yeah, it doesn't matter. So Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Yep. Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
No.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
No.
I'm just making a note of it. Okay. Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
No.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so I counted 4 to 3 for
Mhm.
recommendation of denial of the project.
Denial.
Thank you very much for bringing it in, and thanks for your time today and waiting to the very end here. Yes, sir.
As following up on her comments, for a study of the parking solution and recommendations or solution to the problem, would that, can it come from us or has to come from where? Where
We
to
can-
be initiated?
We can always make a recommendation that there needs to be some kind of parking study or overall a holistic view of,
Yeah, we just said no to a project that I would have liked to have said yes.
yeah,
And the stumbling block is the parking problem.
right.
And it's not gonna go away.
I do have a meeting with Director Williams on Friday, I believe. And I could bring it up to him and suggest to him that this is something that the commission really thinks is should take a look at and talk through that, but
So this is probably not the first time we're gonna have to say, I personally would not have to say no to something that we want to say yes to.
right.
And let's expand it out
That's-
on how the port and the river market area could work together too. I'd like to see that longer term plan on that happening because we are going to have the connection of the streetcar down there. That's a given. So I'd like to just see how that may all work.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to try to make it 3
Oh,
o'clock. Good seal.
Thinking like if we.
Thank you, Tyler.
A second round because. Similar.
Yeah, that's,
I think we sent them back to work with the neighborhood parking too.
Approved it.
oh, it was approved. It was approved.
We asked
I know,
them to-
but part of the
Yeah,
condition.
right. Yeah, we asked them to be the front runner for doing some kind of parking
Mhm.
study, and that's
Works is
that was my suggestion of trying to do the same thing here.
Sure.
I mean, the port's a big equation on that at the. Okay, so it's a big equation.
When I be gone.
Any other items to be brought before the commission?
City staff has one item of clarification. During docket item number 5, the commission discussed maybe a text amendment or some standards in regards to gas stations. We just wanted clarity on if that was an actual directive for us to look into, or if you want to discuss it at the next meeting. What?
Oh, like
What would
what
you-
determine? Yeah, I think that would be, it doesn't, I mean, don't think it has to be anything very lengthy, but just giving. I
So-
mean, my big question is like, when you have uses that are slowly becoming something that is less needed, how do you start to switch how you issue special use permits? And that's one of those that I think.
Yeah, I think it's density and then also what does the gas station in the future look like, right? And how does that get planned and maybe the comprehensive plan's doing that.
Okay. Do we need a motion for this directive or, no? You just want us to talk about it at the next meeting or? What do you want us to do? That's basically what I'm asking.
I would just be curious if you guys formed an opinion
Okay.
on gas station. Comes with some hazards, comes with some questions around whether it's a relevant use, relevant future use. I just think it would be worth having your expertise comment on that.
Okay, so maybe like a topical presentation next meeting or the following meeting about that. And then if that brings forward more action in regards to the code, we'll deal with it then.
And
Okay.
it doesn't need to just be gas stations. If there's other uses you can put in that category of, is this something that we should be continuing to build in our city? I think that would be good too.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
We dismissed.
No. So I guess, yeah, the meeting is adjourned then.
Yeah.
Here at 2:54.